Hi, welcome to, to episode 140 of the Art School live streams. Had to redo the intro there. Photoshop died on me. But yeah, I hope you're doing good, and hope you're ready to review some art. So we got a lot of cool stuff to check out today. As usual, I know I'm always excited for a day full of art feedback. A day full of art. It doesn't get much better than that. But yeah, so a little bit of an introduction as usual. You know, if you're new to these streams, so like I said, stream 140. So we have we have a stream every single week. So that's 140 weeks that we've been at this. That's pretty good. We're closing in slowly but surely on the 3-year mark. So a little bit of an introduction for those of you that might be brand new to the streams. If so, welcome. It's good to have you. And then if you're watching this a little bit later on YouTube, and you want to know how can I also get my stuff reviewed like this? How can I join this art gang? Well, you'll find a link to the program down in the description below. So this is something that students can attend every single weekend. And usually what I'll do when looking at these is I try to, I mean, obviously I've seen them all. I've collected all the art, but I still always try to treat this as kind of like a first impression kind of thing. So what's my first thought about the art as I really look at it. So when I'm collecting the art, I'm not trying to analyze too much too early. So I always try to keep it like a surprise, like it would be seen by most other people, and give usually it's going to be like one or two things that stick out to me, and things that I feel if you fix them would make the art better, or would make you as an artist better. So yeah, if you're in the chat, of course, as usual, feel free to chip in if you feel like I'm skipping over something that's important, that you think is important, and that I should mention it. And for those of you later on YouTube, if you're watching this and maybe it's like the first time, and you think that I should have totally mentioned the part about whatever, something being a little bit off, and I'm not saying it. It also might be, maybe I forgot. That's possible, but also it's potentially because I've mentioned it in the past. So I give feedback for an entire year to students, and so there is a lot of continuity there. So it's something that I might have mentioned in previous week, and didn't feel like it was worth mentioning again. So that's something else. So all done with my excuses in case my feedback sucks. But of course, I always try my best, be helpful. So I think that's about it when it comes to the intro. Let's just get started. So we have a lot of stuff today. Not a record day though, so that's good. We won't be here until tomorrow. But still a good amount of submissions. So make sure that you're sitting down comfortably, that you have something to a drink of choice to sip along with. Delicious coffee, and or scribble along or something. Like I said, you don't need to attend for the whole stream to get your art review. You don't even need to attend, but it's always appreciated. So I'm glad that you guys are here. It warms my heart. All right, let's go. Let's get started with Gailey here. Number 1 today. So I think I grabbed those in order. You guys let me know, because I'm not seeing any option to sort the comments anymore. So I feel like every week something new, there's something different on Facebook. But yeah, I couldn't see like the order by recent or all comments, or it was just the top one was the oldest, the bottom one was the latest, the most recent. I hope the order is not too messed up, but yeah, that's my disclaimer for that. If the order is messed up, not my fault, okay? So yeah, so this week I have some studies of the male figure and gesture drawing to show you. Let me take these off. Click clack, click a clack. That's annoying. Be gone. There you go. Alright, so gesture drawings to show you. So I tried to keep in mind to make the legs of my gesture figure longer this time. I'd like to know what you think of them. Alright, Gailey, check this out. Am I like super bright? No. Better. Proportions here are really good. Yeah, look at this guy. Man, he's even got like a nice little butt. Woo! Not bad. Not bad, mister. Yeah, proportions are awesome here. I would say maybe the hands, like maybe the arms in general, a little long. But actually it's not so bad. Yeah, actually that's not bad at all. So the only reason I was saying this is because like the crutch is right here, right at the halfway point. But you know, male characters usually have a little more of a package. So, but still, I think the hands could be just a little higher. Like the usual kind of reference point that I try to keep in mind, I always mention. But like your hand when kind of hanging on the side of your body should pretty much, like if you were just to like push or move your hand forward, it would kind of just cover your crotch, like your private area, pretty well. So that's kind of where the hand lands in terms of height. So can it cover it comfortably? Yeah. Can you cup it? Yeah. That's kind of the reference. Other than that, nice balance. He's a little perky, but yeah, you know, sticking his butt out a little. Why not? Yeah. So in terms of proportions, like I said, very good. Maybe you could have like the feet be a little, or the lower leg here a little thicker, and the feet a little bit bigger, just to match like his size. And then on the side here of the body, like usually for dudes it'll be pretty straight, like on the side here. It's always kind of compared to like a barrel. So from here to here, it's pretty much just like straight up barrel cylinder shape. If anything, like the torso will be a little wider, because you'll have your obliques here sometimes, you know, if they're developed enough, sticking out past the hips. But yeah, other than that, I think the legs here, it's gonna be a little bit more pushed in. He's got a droopy butt. Let's perk up these cheeks here. Ooh, a little feminine. It's just because it's a little wide. You know, you narrow it down. I think it'll be better. But yeah, that's it. That's all I got. I mean, it's not even. This is not supposed to be an anatomy study or anything. It's just proportions. So in that sense, very good. Otherwise, and these. Ooh, yes. Nice. Very nice. Nice, confident lines. Not you know, hung up on any details here. The only thing I would say, maybe, I know you don't have a whole lot of time to draw these. They're really short poses, but maybe like just spend a little bit more, like 5% more time on the feet, just so that you feel them planted on the ground like properly. I think that's gonna make a big difference here, and it's subtle. You know, it's not like doesn't seem like a big deal, but feet really help support the gesture, literally support it. So you should spend a little more time on these. But and the hands too, like it adds a lot. But if you have one or the other to choose the feet above the hands. My recommendation. No, your back view is actually really good, because the butt, like the cheeks, are a little lower than the front here. So yeah, no, that's really good. Even have a little bit of a suggestion for the muscles in there. You went beyond what was required. What was required. Good stuff, Gailey. Moving on to Lodi. Yes, I'm having a good Saturday. So I'm working on this character design currently, and I tried coloring my character using gradient maps. Good choice. I'm a fan of that. Please let me know if you think what you think, and I'm very. Why am I reading the other screen? Please let me know what you think, and I'd very much like for you to point out things that I could work on more. Will do. Ooh. Sorry, just looking at comments for 2 seconds. You know what would make this look much better? Like the contrast right now is just, I think it's taken away a lot of the wow. Just because the background is so bright, it almost looks like, if you look at it quickly, it almost looks just like It's like a silhouette with a little bit of detail. Obviously, it's not, you know, it's super detailed. This thing looks awesome. Let's try to blacken the back. Ooh. Not the cleanest way to do it, but yeah, I think with a darker background, I think that would work a lot better to feature what you have, because it looks sick. Look at this. Little light coming from behind. Yes, nice. So in terms of coloring, I think you nailed it. That looks dope. And like I like that you have like you know, purples and pinks already. Like you're spreading the colors a bit more, so it's not monochrome per se. But maybe going a little, like expanding the range of colors that you're using, like maybe going a little warmer in your reds and maybe a little cooler in your purples. But to be honest, this looks great. So it's more like things to try to see. Maybe you're not gonna like it, or maybe you will. But already this looks really good. Yeah, the thing that's sticking out here, I think it's two things that that I might revisit if I were you. Like the legs are pretty white compared like to the amount of shadows here. So the dress getting basically no light, you know, at all, and yet the legs are almost glowing. So values in that sense could be adjusted a bit. Same thing like with the back here, these little things. I think it's just a flat color, but it might be cool to have a little bit of light here. You know, like the light kind of touching the face here or landing on the face might also reach back there. Maybe not as much, but that could add to like the dramatic effect. And so like the head itself will be kind of casting shadow on these things. Like nothing too intense, you know, like pretty subtle. But it seems like the light would reach at least back there. And then the arms, like I was saying, the arms and the legs in general, I think maybe just a little too bright. Maybe you could go a little bit more cool with these. Maybe that's the opportunity. Cool the colors towards the bottom of the character, so that we're kind of like naturally drawn towards the top, the warmer side. See, kind of just overall darkening, and same idea here with the hands. Like on the opposite side where the light is not hitting directly. So yeah, just a slight adjustment there, but I'm really just nitpicking here. Overall, really beautiful. Super cool concept too. I think that's a strong hook here. Very interesting. Yeah, but overall, you know, values, contrast in the values, especially like the dress too. Like it's pretty dark. I think you can go a little lighter here to make some of those details kind of pop. But that's all. Love the foreshortening on the hands. Yeah, really cool. Really cool. And darker background, I think it's gonna help feature this better. Super cool, Lodi. Alright, Scott, so I am good. Hope you're good too. So I threw some bounce light around and added more stalagmites and stalactites in the far distance. Also added a little texture to the spider and made the corpse less fresh. I really want to move on, frankly, and tired of looking at this one, so I can safely say I'm done. Put your critique away. But your critique is always welcome. Yeah, I like everything that you did here. That's way better. So now it's not so contrasting. Now we can clearly feel like the light kind of spreading, bouncing around the scene. Ooh, man, that looks good. Like what you did with the hands too. That one's come a long way. I would be very, very proud of this if I were you. Yeah, like honestly, the only thing I would do here, because everything is so nice, it would be just to add reflections, like better reflections in the water. Like this feels more like it's drawn on, right? Yeah, like reflection of the sun, like sparkling in the water, just to really make it feel like water, like a reflective, wet surface. But yeah, other than that, man, that looks super cool. So you got a lot of depth in here. The light works. Now the concept works really well too. We can clearly tell it's a spider. Yeah, the lighting is way better than what it used to be. Man, just a couple things. Not even a couple things. Like just one thing when it comes to composition. Like this kind of stuff. You know, like try to avoid it, where you have like these lines that sort of line up by pure coincidence. So like if it were me, I would probably just take this one here and kind of move it to the side there, so that it kind of sticks out from here. It doesn't line up with the edge of that other one back there. I seem like everywhere else, I think you did a good job with that. Like nothing kind of overlaps weird. This is like really the only one. Or you could just kind of remove some of the thickness from that one here, and then problem solved. Yeah, man. Nice. Right. What? What do we have here? I didn't get the name. Louisa. All right, and there's no comments. All right, so sweet. So you're working on basically practicing construction and starting with simple shapes and extruding a bunch of stuff and kind of deforming, sculpting the shape into something else. Good, very good exercise. Something that you can do kind of anywhere on the fly. You don't really need to sit down and like dedicate a ton of time for this kind of stuff. It's just really good exercise. So, alright, so here you start with a box, and then you expanded this out. Yeah, that looks good. So is this like a flat? This looks like a cup, like a paper cup that's been flattened a little bit. If that's what it's supposed to be, good. But this, for some reason, for me, it reads more like a cylinder, like a rounder. Like seen from the top, it would be like a circle, not this shape. So this at an angle, like if this were like to fall forward and kind of face us, like fall on the ground, more like it'd be more like that. And we see like on the inside here, rather than flat. But maybe I'm not understanding. I mean, Louisa, you can write it in the comments, the text. I'll just read it here. There's always like a delay, like a 20 to 30 second delay with chat and what I see. So sorry if the communication is not super quick there. Yeah, that was good. That was pretty damn good. Just here, like this stuff here. Be careful, like this is a cylinder stacked on top of another cylinder. So make sure that you line them up properly. So if this here is the base of that bigger chunk up there, that down here acts like a table. So it'll be like another. But it's still going to be kind of centered with it, right? So you still need that edge here to go behind. And with yours and here, like it just stops there. Like it just goes like this and then stops instead of continuing behind. So we just want to continue that curve here. Not a problem with this section because it's all connected, it's all touching. But this one here is like when it's tacked, you really want to make sure that that you see that the thing kind of going behind. Kind of like that, exactly like that actually. So that's good, very good. And then this one here. This one right here, I think is the. Put on these for imagination. They're okay. How about the lighting? Can I go on with the human head? Okay, so. So at this point, honestly, I wouldn't worry too much about lighting, because the lighting is probably the thing that has the most issues here. Those shapes look really good though. So yeah, all done from imagination. That's good. But this one, I think this one is the only problem. So you always try to break it down into sections, right? So this is not like one piece. It's really 3 pieces. So you got cylinder number 1 here. You got a sphere, and you got another cylinder kind of just connected to it. So you can kind of start with the sphere first, and then attach the first cylinder. Something like that, and then the other cylinder. The way that you have it right now feels like it's attached like from below here, so it would kind of stick out that way instead. But if it's coming towards us, then it'll attach like this on that sphere. So like draw it transparently first, and then we can kind of sort out what's going on here. So we're not gonna see that. We're not gonna see that. It'll be kind of have this and this going, and then you can kind of just approximate what this looks like right down the middle. So it's just that intersection here that needs a little bit of work. Basically, those curves here are just going to continue until they meet with the sphere. Like it's just like, yeah, this line here is going a little longer. Wouldn't make sense. They would all be the same length. Actually, that doesn't really make sense. But this curve here like would be in the same angle. That's what I mean. So curve going this way in that direction, right? You'll want the same thing here when it touches that sphere, just like it does there. So you did that one right. It's just a matter of doing the same thing with this one here. And so yeah, so for the lighting, so this one here, so if the lighting is coming from below, which I'm guessing that's the case here, what we would see, like you have to imagine what you see as the light, right? And everything that you see, if you're the light, if you're looking, if you're like behind this pyramid shape and you're below, what do you see? And everything that you don't see, everything that you can see, that's going to be shadow basically, and everything that you see is going to be light. So from below, trying to imagine a cylinder, a sphere, a pyramid like this. From below, the base of the pyramid, what is it? It's this, right? It's a square. So all you would see from below is kind of like this thing, and then you wouldn't be able to see the top of it, the pointy bit that kind of is going away from us. And so you would have basically light underneath, but we wouldn't really be able to see that because we can't see underneath. So all of this would be shadow, basically. There'll be no light reaching, like going around the corner and then landing on the top facade. Instead, it would all be black. Yeah, like you imagine these things here as like little light particles, and then they all get stopped by the bottom, by the base of the pyramid, and then those here that can that can go. You know, they're not being stopped here. Yay, I'm free. But they still keep going straight up. So they never curve back and land here. So like none of that would ever receive sunlight. This one here. So kind of like from the side. So yeah, you can do it per cylinder. That's what I would recommend. So that's why I like treating each of these as individual sections. Just a little easier to imagine the light on that whole thing. So you got cylinder number 1, and the light is going this way. So it'll probably, you know, trying to imagine like what you see. The light would probably go like land right about there, like the half. Let's just split the thing in half, approximately. So that line, that's where the highlight would be. Actually, let me just darken everything. We can add some light. Like real physics. I'm not gonna add shadows. That makes no sense. It's like adding a little bit of empty to my cup to get rid of the coffee. More empty. I added some empty. So highlights right there down the middle. So this is where this particular cylinder will have its highlights, and then the one up here can kind of do the same thing, but kind of like rotating it, going kind of like that, and then you do the same thing with the sphere. Yeah, sphere. A little highlight again, like from this side, so right about there, right down the center here, following the same line. Undo. Come on, there we go. And then you can grab that thing, slap it on there. And then of course you want to continue the cylinders, adjust all this. Brush, changing my colors. No, bad brush. Yeah, connect everything, and then we're left with something like that. This one here works better. That makes more sense. But again, if the light is coming here, you have to imagine that this is just a bunch of little particles, like a bunch of little bullets, or just water spray or something, and it's going in this direction, right? The light's coming from there, from back there. Pew, pew. So everything that that this structure is able to block, that's where the light will kind of hit. That's the particles will hit those surfaces. Everything that's behind, not able to hit it, so it'll be in the shadows. But the direction of the shadow is also going to be the same as the direction of the light. So if the light's coming from this direction, from back there, I'm going to use exactly the same line that you have here. This line, that line. And then on that side too here, everything's coming in this direction. Shadow as well. And up here, same deal. And then, yeah, you might be able to see a little bit there, but to draw the highlights, you know, don't try to wing it. Just use references. That's the same logic applies here, just as it applies to everything else in art. You know, always use references. So if you feel confident, and you should, because those shapes are pretty good. So yeah, you can definitely do these from imagination if you feel comfortable with that. But with the lights, I would definitely still use a bunch of references every time. I mean, you can make this with like everyday items. Like I have like a coaster here, and then this little thing. There we go, and then you look at the light on there, what that looks like. or use like cups at home, or whatever, like little blocks, dice, whatever. Always a way to find a reference for the lights, and I would definitely do that. But the shapes themselves, the volumes, pretty good, pretty damn good. I'm glad to know that my sound effects getting better. Putting a lot of work and thought into it. All right, Ron. So this week I painted a fan art of the anime Attack on Titan. I don't have much to say for this week, but I have been pretty bummed up and lost the motivation to draw because this painting did not get as much traction as I expected it would on social media. So, maybe hopefully it'll make you feel better, but it's a really good piece. A lot of really good qualities to it. Technically, it's really good. So yeah, I don't know. And social media also, like, unless you have like like dozens of thousands of followers, it's really less meaningful. The kind of feedback that you get from people. Because sometimes, if you have, like, I'm just saying, I don't know how many followers you have, but let's say you have just a random number. Let's say you have 5,000 and 1,000, and most of your pieces usually will get, approximately, it's about like 10% of that in likes. So if you have 1,000 followers, you're gonna get on average like 100 likes, something like that. Maybe more if you're just starting and people are still excited. But around 10% is usually kind of like the standard for most people. And if you just happen to have one follower that has a much larger following than you do, and like they really like one piece in particular, like all of your other pieces, they just click like, oh yeah, that's a good one, like. Then there's one of them, they're like, oh, I love this one. I don't just like it, I love it. I'm gonna share this. And so they share it on their own page, and then suddenly, instead of having 1,000 people that look at your art and getting 10% likes from those, now you have maybe 50,000 people that looked at it because somebody else shared it, and then one piece is gonna blow up. You're like, what's going on? And so all of this to say that this effect diminishes the more followers that you have, because if you have more followers than anybody that tries to share your art, then the effect of them sharing your art is gonna be diminished, and so it'll be more indicative of what people like, the more followers that you have. So all of this to say, it doesn't reflect the value of the work. Well said, Zainab, but that's kind of what I was getting at. Yeah, because it's a really good piece, really, really nice. Like maybe a reason that why it didn't do as well as you'd hope is that it's like the silhouette's a little hard to spot. Like the lighting could definitely be a little more striking. It's good, it's very good, but like up here, like the value is getting really, really similar, and we're kind of losing the top of the head here. On this side, like the skin is pretty bright, so clearly it's quite bright. The light itself is, and so the hair would probably reflect that quite a bit. It would be close to being as bright, if not as bright. So yeah, maybe that's something that we can do here. So the background, let's just go with what you had already. Kind of continue that pink haze, pink halo all around, just so that silhouette is clear everywhere. And then the light on him, I'm gonna try and just do like overall, see if we can get something decent. like a good test, you know, on social media to know if it's gonna work or not. I mean, you never really know, but looking at it as a thumbnail, because a lot of people will just swipe real quick, and it's the equivalent of looking at a thumbnail in terms of the amount of information that they can gather from this when they're swiping so quickly. So, you know, if you can't really tell what it is from this size, which that's kind of an issue with this one here, like really dark overall, then maybe that's part of the reason. So he has just cranked up that light, you know, like it's a really intense spotlight on his face. Just make it like super dramatic. Hair a lot brighter. Really trying to make it pop. And then back here, like the hair, like we're kind of losing the hair a little bit. We could do kind of the opposite here. So the hair is going to be a little darker. And then the background a little lighter. So we see exactly where the hair ends. And now, like from a distance, it reads a little better. Like we understand what this is a bit better. I mean, you could also have like another light up here for the hair. That's why light. That's the secret, you know, on social media to get the wow factor. And just light is so easy. Not easy, but it's kind of always works. It's always impressive when you do it well. Yeah, so it's not so much like just the drawing fundamentals are it's really good. It's really strong drawing. I think it's just, yeah, maybe the colors a little bit and the lighting in general could be a little bit more wow. But rest assured, fundamentals here are strong. Very nice anatomy. Perspective works. Yeah. Light, I think, is the reason, part of the reason. Also, another potential reason is that Attack on Titan's been around for a long time. You know, people might be just tightened out. that might be a reason. Preston. So hope your week went well. This week was a little tough for me in terms of producing strong art. Not too much art, but many questions. I just finished that basketball player painting though. Yes, I saw that. Awesome stuff. I wanted to improve my anatomy further and I was struggling with my studies. I am wondering what is an effective way utilizing photos to study anatomy, because I tried to recreate those photos and I was struggling. However, I did experiment with constructing the body while referencing the muscles, the muscle chart I created, and I felt that turned out decently well. I feel like I'm not improving fast enough. How do I improve faster? More specifically, how do I more effectively study and practice? Yeah, good question. Isn't that the question? Isn't that the $1 million question? How to improve faster? Well, yeah, so the way to go about this, what I recommend, what I do personally, and I think it works quite well, is first, you know, when I don't know anything about this, I'll first just draw what I see. So look at this, you're like, all right, let's try to recreate this as best as I can. Yeah, the first time around, it's probably not gonna look too hot, but that's not the point. I'm just trying to get familiarized with the different components of this new subject here. So right, the head is here, shoulders there. Oh, interesting how the shoulder goes like this. Oh, cool bump there. Oh, cool, interesting. All right, it's a bicep and then goes in. All right, okay. So this is the butt here. So he's got his shorts a little low. you're gonna lose them, bro. Pull your pants up. There we go. So because the hips right here, right? That's the oblique, and you don't need to know that, but just yet. So that's gonna come later. But yeah, so the first time around, anyways, you just kind of look at this and try to draw it as best as you can. So basically, you're just trying to recreate a copy of it. You're trying to be a copy machine, just to get familiar with that. Then after you do that a couple of times, and I can recommend you do a couple studies like this. After that, level 2, like second step would be to try to construct this, still using the reference, still having the reference right next to it, and kind of using the stuff that we see in the anatomy class to construct this thing with simple shapes. So first we have the head, and construct the head properly, right? So and all the thirds here. So he's looking in different direction, whatever. And then you have the neck. What's the neck like? It's like a big cylinder. Okay, so big cylinder. I show how I do that in the anatomy class, but you don't need to follow the same thing. If you want to do it on your own, if you want to figure out your own kind of basic shapes, basic volumes, you can do that too, or you can just use the same one that I show in the class and kind of divert from this later as you develop your own preferences. But from there, torso. All right, so it's got the thoracic cage here. You can kind of see the muscles here. So that's kind of like the widest part here. Kind of like this big ellipse. And he's got shoulders on both sides. All right, you get the rest of his torso here. And arm number 1. So elbow, bicep, forearm, fist. And you kind of build it up like this. Of course, at the beginning, that's still going to be a struggle. It's something new, something different. But you find you practice building it just in simple shapes. So kind of abstracting out all the details. We're not worried about details now. We're just wondering, and we're just figuring out what this dude is made out of. What are the building blocks for his anatomy. And so do that based on reference, and then if you end up with one construction that you're like, oh, that looks all right, so maybe you can continue it. So basically going back to the level 1, the first thing that you did, which was just to study, like just copying what you see. Now you've constructed it, you put already some effort to really deconstruct and analyze, observe better, like the subject here. That's already a good improvement. And if you like it, you can go back here and kind of finish it up. Keep observing new things that maybe now you're able to focus on, because it feels a little bit more familiar already in general. And so now you're like, oh, okay, so the shoulders kind of like this, and then the trapezius go like that. All right, interesting. And this bump right there, and then you can kind of fine tune your study on top of your construction. And then level 3 would be to do this after you've done it quite a bit with reference, to do that without reference. So maybe you can just look, like give it a glance, give it a glance. Or is that how you said? Whatever. Look at it first, and then kind of hide it, just so that you have an idea of what it should look like ish, and you can always go back to it in case you run into an issue like what, I forgot how to place that arm, I don't know, and then you can always go back to it. But forcing you to kind of fly on your own, now you don't have the backup of the reference, you don't have anything to look at, it's all coming from here, so it's a test of your abilities now. And then probably you'll go like no, okay, so I'm constructing this, I think that was there, okay, and then back to on your own, and then do that again and again. If you find out, if you end up with one that you like, you can keep polishing it up, just the same thing that we did in the first step. So going and adding all the muscles and all that stuff, and then eventually, the idea is that you won't have to do this again. You'll just do this on your own from imagination, and you won't have to ever look at that again. That takes a long time. But those are the kind of steps. So slowly, progressively, kind of detaching yourself from the reference, relying less and less on it. But initially, it's like all of this is just to really, really study what you're looking at. And the construction is a key part of it, because that's part of the study. Like, you're trying to understand how the body is built, and so that eventually you can build it yourself. So I hope that answers it. Like proportions, everything like that looks pretty good. Yeah, like nothing is completely off in here. Maybe like the angle of his foot here, kind of like a like pointing directly to the side. Like a more natural pose would probably be this direction, that direction. Kind of just open up a little bit more, so he doesn't look like a penguin. But yeah, like otherwise, you know, you could totally see this guy in like some kind of anime, like some crazy tall guy with a tiny head, big muscles. But yeah, always use the reference. So I don't know if you did for that particular one, but always reference. And then yeah, test yourself by working on constructions. Try to construct your characters more and more, because that's what you want to be able to do eventually without the reference. So, what the hell? Hope that explains it. I am doing good. Hope you're good too. So this week a requester told me to make his OC as thick as possible, since I'm not that good at thick anatomy. Not to mention, he asks if I could do a back pose as well, which I'm not good at. Can you check if there's anything wrong with the rough sketches? We. I tried to do your process on how to color your drawings from your video last week. What do you think of the result? I did 2 times the same character, but line art in the final stage and one with no line art. These 2 here. And this is actually a redraw of the character that I drew last year in December. After the changes on outfit and hair, does the character look better now? So you did, what did you do? Change outfit and hair. Yeah, that looks really good. It's still dark, you know, overall. Like in here, I can see there's some information, but and also the background back here, background and the character, like that's a little close in values. You'd probably want to like pushing that a bit more so we can see it clearly, have it pop. And then yeah, on here, I don't know if there's enough information for me to just do this. Maybe actually, it's already a lot better. Just want to see this stuff, you know, like you have some cool folds in here. Feature them, show them off. But yeah, very cool. Last thing, with the lighting, maybe. Like I'm trying to understand like the direction of the lights, so I think maybe that's the only thing that's not as clear. It seems like coming from the top, I'm guessing, because it's on this shoulder. So yeah, so probably from the top. So if it's landing on this shoulder, it probably lands on top of that part of the arm, you know, as intensely. Top of the hand too. Probably the top of the hair. Like that light seems pretty bright, so I'm just trying to like, bump that up. Up here, she is kind of like a shelf almost. So it's gonna catch a lot of the lights. Yeah, maybe not as much here. You know, it's like it's a shape that's kind of going away or like running parallel to the light, so it's definitely not gonna receive the light as directly. I don't think it'll be that bright here. Towards the top, maybe, yeah. Like up here, like the top of the folds, yes, but I don't think it would be this bright down here. And like up here, yeah, you're right, all of that. And like this light's strange, you know. Probably won't have much of that. Maybe a little bit of bounce light from the sleeve here, but it'll be pretty subtle. Yeah, overall, like just make sure that you pop your character from the background, so that the values are not too close between the two. Want it to pop, 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 pop. Some tweaks to the light, but overall, very nice, very, very nice. Sketches overall are really good. I would just be careful about like the length of your arms. Sometimes a little short. Like this one. This one I think is just like the she's just like really curved. That's possible. But I feel like the end, the arms are a little short. Or maybe they're just a little too thick, and that's why they seem a little short. Yeah, like this one here is a little short too. Again, you know, you want the hand to line up kind of like with the crutch. Like that feels good. A little foreshortening. Maybe like the angle here, like the perspective's not reading as well. It feels more like a 2D drawing that you distorted to have a perspective. Because from this angle, like we'd look at the breast from below. So like if she had nipples, like it would be up here, right? Maybe not as high, but kind of like that. We would be able to see on like the underside of her pelvis. So like the glutes here, you'd be able to see. And then the torso and the clavicles would create this shape. It's kind of like this barrel shape. It would block part of the neck. And yeah, like this whole thing here, just really want to make it seem like she's looking up. Actually, yeah, the rest kind of okay. Maybe even just lower the. Nah, it kind of works. Yeah, just making sure, like keep just always imagine the cylinder, right? So if you're looking at a cylinder straight ahead, it looks like this. Everything's straight. If you're lower than cylinder, you're looking up. All the curves are gonna be like all the cross section is gonna be pointing up like arrows. And if you're looking down, it'll be the opposite of that. So are we looking up or down on the character? We're looking up, and so everything that would be straight in, like normally if there is no perspective, now we're looking at it from below. So same idea, like the breast here, imagine it's like a sphere. If the nipple was centered, if we look at it from below, then same thing here, but the nipple will be higher here because it's kind of like following the same line. And same idea with everything else. Yeah, overall, very nice sketches. And then here. That came out really good. So yeah, that's a little bit of a complementary color here. Although yeah, it's a little bit of a yellow to balance off the blue. Same idea here, a little bit of yellow to, or like dark yellowish green to balance out the purple. And here, yeah, that's nice. That was really good. This is my favorite. Yeah, so for the back, so the glutes, the bum. I think here maybe this one looks just a little deformed. From the front, it's not that big of a deal. Although like this is a huge. That's pretty intense. Those are like her legs here, thicker than her waist. All right. Not necessarily bad. It's just I'm just pointing it out. But yeah, from the back here. So looking at the angle that you have, I think it's just the perspective that's a little bit off. That's why, like this butt cheek almost feels like it feels straighter. It doesn't feel like it is straighter than the shoulders here. So not quite the same perspective. So we'll just want to follow the same and have this one kind of land a little lower. So. Let me just get rid of the pants. And like, yeah, down here, another opportunity where you could separate the background from the main character. Like, it's a lot of similar values here. You can do something like this, like you did on the pants, but in the back, or just brighten up the background. One or the other. Here we're gonna get the joints, so the glute kind of wraps around the socket here, the humerus. So gluteus maximus, gluteus medius up here. Going to the legs, into the hamstrings. There you go. So just adjusting her right butt cheek, but other than that, very nice. Hope that helps. Moving on. Ooh, Alessandro. All right. So as you asked 2 weeks ago, a quick review of my schedule. It's too dense. I'm discouraged by it, so I'll reduce it a little. That's good. That's good to know. Because yeah, like these schedules, you know, it might it's more like it's an ideal, right? Initially, at least when you come up with it, and that's why it's important to kind of go through it and then reassess what works, what's realistic, what's not realistic. It's almost beneficial sometimes to put like too much time away from art, so that you almost like you get nervous a little bit, like, oh, I've been, it's scheduled, but I've been screwing around this whole time, and maybe I should go back to art or whatever. Like almost like put less than what you feel you can commit to, a little bit less, and then maybe eventually you add some more over time. But it's almost like it's the same as a diet, you know, like you can't, it's really hard to just cut everything and kind of just cold turkey just completely change your diet. What works, so the best diet is when it's not a diet, when it's just a life change, like a habit change. So instead of just cutting everything, you just remove one thing from your diet, just one thing, one item. If it's like, if you're trying to lose weight, you just stop juices. Maybe cola is still fine, but juices no more. And then eventually you'll cut out colas too. So no more soft drinks. And then eventually you start to go into food. So maybe this one thing that I really like ice cream, gone. Now I can't eat that anymore. But just you can still eat the rest. And so like just little by little, like you chip away like this, and it's a lot easier to kind of ease in, and just it becomes you. It's not something that you're following. It's just that's your baseline. That's your status, your default. So same idea with art. So I would just start with a schedule that's pretty relaxed, and then just increase it over time as you feel like you can do more. So I did a torso study. I tried to put a toga on it. It didn't go as well as I wanted, so I tried again with this tattoo and tried to put a Chiron on it this time. I think the second one really well. And any review on anime unfolds is appreciated. Alright. Toga. Toga, is that it? Is that a toga? I think it is. Oh yeah, because that looks good. That looks really good. Like some of these folds a little sausagey, you know, like a little tubey. So folds in general, like always try to treat them more as cones rather than cylinders. Like long cones, so that instead of having a fold like that, it's just flared out. Always looks better, you know, because there's always an area where something is pinched, and that's why the fold is there in the first place. And so always kind of going towards the pinch, towards the tension, converging towards it. Like the same thing here. If you just make that fold wider and wider as it goes down, just a lot more natural. Why is the yellow? This damn brush. No, this just messed up all my whatever. Yeah, and I think the main difference, you know, from here to here, is just that you added more folds. So I think it would have looked better if you just followed what you had here. Like that's a healthy amount of folds. They're big enough, they're chunky, they're clear. In here, like what you end up with is just a bunch of smaller folds, but feels more like a pattern, you know, because they're all the same size. They're kind of equally, the distance between them is kind of equal. So yeah, definitely less successful, this one here. The fundamentals here were better. It's just more aesthetic. The folds are more aesthetic. That looks pretty good though. I'll say the same thing though. Like these folds, a little too samey. So try to vary the size. You know, like was it last week that I said this? Like no two folds that are touching should ever be the same size. It can happen, but always try not to. So like these two here, that looks too similar. Have one that's much bigger, like double the size in the middle. Oh, there we go. Now it breaks the pattern. Okay, here we have another one here, similar. Maybe this one's bigger. All right, already we're breaking the pattern. That's better. Here, those two here, kind of the same too. Maybe this one is thicker, and I kind of move the other one up a bit. Move aside smaller fold, peasant fold. So just breaking up kind of the patterns there, breaking up the order in folds usually is the way to go. But yeah, this is good though. Like the shading on here, much better, much better. Yeah, if anything, for the values in general, like I would look at, like you can see here, his stomach, like the lower part here of his abdomen, and this, like the side of his oblique, kind of sticking out a lot, right? It's catching a lot of the light, and so you could do the same. You should actually do the same thing here too. So shadow here, and then highlights back down here. Trying to just stay consistent with the shading there. But yeah, that's a good study. That was really good. A really good reference too. Yeah, this dead person was quite the artist. That must have took a lot of hard work to get to this level. And then let's take a look at this. So I don't know if you constructed it here, but to kind of go back to what I was saying earlier, and how to study from reference. Make sure that you're constructing this, that you're not just copying like what you see. I mean, of course, initially that's what you do, but you can't do that like so well already. So I would definitely try to construct it more. Really go in there and try to build it up with simple shapes, and then kind of add on the muscles afterwards. Maybe that's what you did, but just for the future. That's good. Yeah, that was really good. Now, good job with the values. Kind of reducing the contrast with distance. That's nice. I would also reduce the noise in your brush, so you can have some noise up here. It's up close, like we see more details. In the mid ground, you maybe start to kind of tone it down a bit more. So like increase your brush size to something that's a little bigger, where you don't maybe necessarily see as much of those small details. So in my case, I'm just gonna kind of blur it out just a bit. Maybe that one's kind of close enough. And then in the background, then you'll probably want to just get rid of all the brush strokes, so that there's really no noise in the background, so it doesn't compete with the foreground. Just noise, texture, detail, frequency of details is really interesting for the eyes, and so it attracts a lot of attention. But this is something that you should fade out with distance, just like you do with saturation. Lovely colors though. And this little little kitty. What are you doing, bro? Chasing butterflies? What are these? Beautiful colors. Yeah, hope that helps. Moving on to Marco. Henry, you're joking, but yeah, totally. Like I've lost all my muscle mass now. Art school, it's your fault. Blame. No, that's not true. It's just I got lazy, but yeah, like for most of my adult life, I was hitting the gym like pretty frequently, and it's huge benefit because you can use yourself as a reference now. You look in the mirror, you're flexing a little bit, you're like, oh, that's how it works. Cool. So it's like you have an anatomy figure, around all the time with you that you're carrying around. And then you'll see how they develop, how they get bigger, like when they're full of blood, what it looks like. When you flex, you can see them better. It's a huge advantage to have muscles as an artist. Highly recommended. And it's not only for the muscle, not only for the reference, but it's just a good habit. You stay disciplined. When you hit the gym, you want to hit it all the time, otherwise your gains go away. You should be able to apply, if you can do it at the gym, you should be able to apply the same structure to your life with art too. So stay disciplined just the same way with your studies and your practice. Anyways, I forgot to post last week, so I don't have any questions today. These streams are getting longer, so make sure to keep hydrated. Yes, doctor. See you next week with some sexy arms and hands. All right, man, we got a good amount of stuff here. All right. Damn. Damn, you've been busy. Very good. Get this. Yeah, honestly, I'm not gonna have a whole lot to say, other than it's awesome exercise. Like that's, you know, when I talk about construction, that's kind of construction to next level. Drawing the anatomy. So it's, you know, it's beyond construction when you really, really want to get to know something well. Really make sure that you have a good understanding, good grasp. That's it. Those are really, really good studies. Different angles, like hard angles too. Different sides from the bottom, from the front, from the back, from the side. Sick. Love the gestures in here too. Super, super dynamic. This looks like something else. There we go. My young teenage brain couldn't handle it. Yeah, dude. A plus assignment. Really good. That's all I got. Making it easy for me. Chelsea. So I have started practicing facial features from anatomy 1. And I haven't done much yet, so also sorry about the noise, about my nose, noisy voice, nosy, whatever. Allergies still kicking my butt, so. We just need to wash Moko. Getting dirty girl. Because yes, I have a dog and I'm allergic to dogs. That's how much I love them. So I haven't done much yet as I was getting stuck on different perspectives from reference. So I'll just need to keep practicing. But here's what I have done so far, and any tips will be appreciated. Got it. Yes. Yeah, I mean, like from here, you know, what you should do is the same thing again without the reference, as best as you can. This is really like the process of like you have all this information now, like your visual library is filled with stuff, but it's just like a big pile of books on the ground of the library, and like it's there, it's in the library, but if I need to find it, am I gonna be able to find it? So now it's just like you gotta go in there, do the librarian's job, and kind of sort everything in the right category. This goes here, click, long-term memory, click, and you do that by trying to do it from imagination. Because yeah, that's definitely what you should be doing now. Because this is too easy for you. It looks too easy. Not saying it's too easy. I'm sure it wasn't easy. But you make it seem too easy. All right. That looks really good too. Yeah, nice proportions here for your heads. There you go. Nothing weird here. Everything looks good. Yeah, nice ears in perspective. That was good. Eyes, and then yeah, perfect. Maybe just like making this a little bigger. Like usually the it's almost like the yin yang. Like if you look at my ear right now, it's almost like the yin yang sign. You know, like almost like going like this. It's boing, boing. So this is the lobe, and then this is the hole. This is almost the same size. So if this is as big as it is, then you just want to make sure that the lower part here is a little bigger too. So like here, you know, this is a little too big for that. So just kind of making it a little more equal. But yeah, overall these look great. Your noses look really good too. Yeah, like really, just really think of it in as this, right? This simple shape, because that's really what it is. Like right now, to draw the nose from below, gotta do the same thing here. Nostril, nostril. So drawing this shape in different angles, really useful to draw the nose, to get good at drawing these basic shapes. Yeah, you're on the right track, definitely. So yeah, as you practice these, I don't know if these were from imagination, but if so, great, awesome. If not, just try to practice those from imagination a little more. But yeah, honestly, just keep going. This is really good so far. Awesome stuff. Next time we'll see the same person with eyes. Tomas. All right. Welcome, Marco. Tomas, so this is my 2-point perspective assignment. I was almost done with the drawing when I saw your How to Draw Good Line Art YouTube video and decided to redraw it with that in mind. Before I drew everything with the same color and almost same thickness. Good. Yeah, because that's good. So my question, besides whether I made any glaring perspective mistakes, would be about that. Where should I focus more to improve on its quality? So line art quality. Gotcha. All right. So initially, this reads pretty damn well. So I'm sure this reads better than what you had before, where everything was kind of the same thickness. Especially if you have like all the bricks here. The bricks really, like, they really do not stand out, which is good because it's not like a structural thing. So it should be visible, but it shouldn't steal the show. Like what's most important are these outlines. Really, what defines the silhouette of something. So if there's a hole, you know, like you would have a thicker line on the inside here too, just in case you have like some stuff on the inside of the house. Like if there's nothing behind, because this is the silhouette, still the silhouette, like on the inside of the door here. So that you could make that a little thicker here, kind of as thick as the outline everywhere else. The windows too, to indicate that this is the end of the silhouette. You can actually, there's an actual hole in here. It's not a detail. It's not something that's postered on the wall. It's not brick. It is an actual gap in the structure. In here, like this part of the roof, there's nothing behind. You know, there's air behind. You know, it's overlapping something. So that's another case here where you would want to highlight that some more. And back here, I'm guessing this kind of stops there, like where this takes over, this big beam. Probably the same thing back here, right? So like as this go up, like probably stop the wall right there. The brick wall. Tiny perspective issue there. Yeah, and then for the outline, you know, same thing here around the, of course, with distance a little bit less, but the roof here could be a little darker, just like the ground. Anything that defines the silhouette of something. Whenever there's something overlapping, the thing that's on top will have a stronger highlight. Contour line, not highlight. Yeah, overall that reads really well. Some other lines that you could mute more would be this one here, because this doesn't define the silhouette. You know, it's still kind of still an important line, but in this case it's within the silhouette, so it's not as important. So you can kind of reduce that one here a little bit. But yeah, this reads very nicely. So I'm just looking at the perspective now, just making sure that everything's good here. Maybe you're right, but I'm just looking at like where this roof ends right here. So that's what, half of the building. I just want to find your vanishing point. I'm just looking at the underside of this roof here and thinking that maybe like we can see the sky potentially back there. Like maybe it would stop here. I'm not sure, so I need to just measure it real quick, find where the vanishing point is. So this is what chops the building in half. We'll chop the roof in half here. Yeah, it lands right on the same line, so you're good, I think. Yeah, we wouldn't see it. Barely. Nice. Yeah, so always think of it this way, right? So everything that's closer, thicker line, darker lines in general, and then you'll want to still not every line is treated the same. So contour lines, so still keeping in mind that everything closer will still have already a slightly thicker line and darker line. Still within the foreground, you're going to have contour lines that have a little more thickness, and then details on the inside of the shape will have a little bit less. It's still overall thicker than whatever you find on the back, but there is still a hierarchy there. So yeah, I'm curious to see like what it was before you made the change, because but yeah, this looks really good. So good job with the bricks too, because the bricks would have, yeah, I see that those could have easily been like overpowering everything else if they were the same brightness. But right now they just read as details, so they're very nice. All right, Simon. So this is a continuation of the previous character sheet project. Sorry about it taking so long between each submission. This concept is pretty tough for me. Take your time, do it well. So if you don't remember, I am working on characters from a faction called the Luminary Moon Worshipping Guys. Yes, I remember. But thanks for the reminder. So these characters are iterations of one of 3 character sketches I submitted last time. So let me know what your favorite one is and what can be improved. Favorite. What's your favorite? You guys? 1, 2, 3. Go. My favorite is... These are the lunar bros. Which one reminds me of the moon the most? Which one has the strongest hook? Like, I like... Oh, interesting. Alright. I'm glad I asked, because I was going to say number 1. But everybody's saying number 2 so far. 2. Got a lot of votes for 2. The public has spoken. What I liked in number 1 was just how what's the word? How presumptuous is that it? How snobby she looked. Like the proud Moon Clan, you know, like they wear these ridiculous outfits, but it's like in a good way, in a sense, you know, it's like super extravagant. But maybe they have a reason, you know, maybe they're super rich, maybe they're really powerful, and they can kind of show off their wealth, show off their power through their outfits. I'm just thinking of the old macaroni fashion. I don't know if you guys know about that, but I don't know exactly what it was, when it was, in 1600s, 1400s, or whatever, back in the days, like rich people, there was like a really short trend where everybody was dressing up ridiculously, but just to show off how much money they had, like the most expensive fabrics, the most expensive colors, just to show off to other peasants that you'll never reach this level. You'll never reach this level of ridiculous. But it did convey their superiority in terms of their social status. So that's what I'm getting from this. You know, it kind of reminds me of that a little bit, because they had like crazy wigs, like super long wigs, and it just looked ridiculous. But this looks kind of cool, a little ridiculous, you know, with this thing here too, like a big hat. Is that a hat, or maybe it's just like a ring behind? Anyways, I like this, like this strong, bold silhouette detail. I kind of like that. That's my favorite part, I think, with this outfit, and the big moon thing in the back. I like this one a lot too. Number 3, not as much, but I like this one. It's just missing like a hook for me. I like the design a lot. It's not hooky enough. It's not memorable enough. So maybe like the thing on the hair here is bigger, like floating, like almost like horns or something. Maybe there's 2 of them. Or maybe you slap on the shoulder spikes, or the back moon thing on her. Yeah, I think like something could be a little spicier when it comes to the silhouette here. But I do like this design a lot, yes. So some of you guys mentioning that you know, having the eyes hidden, it's not a good decision. I agree. You know, hiding the eyes is always a huge negative to your characters. You're fighting an uphill battle, because that's how you communicate with characters, how you communicate with people, through their face, their facial emotions, their eyes. Not seeing somebody's eyes, and it's almost like somebody talks to you with their sunglasses on. It's always a little off-putting. Like, can you just take off your damn sunglasses so I can see your eyes, see what your emotions are? Are you angry? Are you happy? Like, I'm missing a lot of information there. So it's the same kind of discomfort when you see characters that don't have don't have a face or don't have or part of their face is abstracted. Yeah, and I think the rest of the outfit's super cool. So yeah, like I don't know what it is that you could do to spice this up. Like there's many different things. I like the shape though, so that's a cool, like on the head here. That's a cool thing. Now it almost looks like cat ears, a little, you know, the way that you have it smaller. So yeah, maybe blow those up, make them more obviously moon crescent-y. New words left and right here in the stream, making up words as I go. And then the other thing would be kind of like the staff. The staff is a little weird, like not super aesthetic. Like this thing here feels just more dangerous than anything else. And the curve there, it's not something that she shares anywhere else. You know, it's like a moon crescent. It's pretty symmetrical. It's always just based off of a sphere, so it's always going to be super symmetrical down the middle. And this is not symmetrical, so it kind of breaks the shape language in that sense. So yeah, maybe if it were more like a half circle, or just like a half crescent, what is it? Maybe that would work better. But I think you need to bring back kind of like that symmetry, that structure to those curves. That's it. That's all I got. Hope that helps. And yeah, thanks guys for pitching in for your votes. That's helpful. Yeah, good point, Marco. Yeah, in the Mandalorian, you never see the character's eyes, but that's why he's got a sidekick. That's why you have that's why you have Baby Yoda, because he's got eyes. He's communicating almost in, as a replacement to the Mandalorian. So if it was just the Mandalorian, had no sidekick, it would be a much different show, I think. Just because of that, there's no emotional connection there possible. Or like all the flashbacks, like when he was a kid, those are all things I'm sure they added specifically to give more personality to the character, because of that. Yeah. So moving on to Cassandra. I was looking through my old art and I found this self-portrait I did 2 years ago, and that time I was still fairly new to digital art. After going through the Anatomy 1 class, I wanted to redraw it to see how much I've improved. I'd love to hear your feedback on the new portraits. I mean, that's different artists. Yeah, that's day and night, this thing. I mean, not to say it was ugly before. It was just it was pretty amateur, like pretty flat. Not a whole lot of shading here. Bam! There we go. Man, that looks so good. Look at the skin tones, the shading on the face, just the proportions overall. Ooh, Cassandra, you did good. Honestly, I don't have a whole lot of things to say about the head, the face itself. I think you did a really, really good job here. Maybe the nose, just like a shadow thing. Maybe adding a little more shadow there, just to make the tip of the nose feel more pointy. Maybe it's not, but because it feels a little flat right there. So that's my only thing. Maybe making the tip feel a little pointier. And also maybe the white of your eyes could be a little darker, so that it doesn't pop as much. If you look at my eyes right now, I mean, also my eyes are probably bloodshot from looking at the screen too much. But that aside, it's still a little darker. It's not super bright. It's not white, right? It's just So maybe just darkening this so that they don't feel like they're shaded any differently. Yeah. Nice. Very nice. The shirt, I think, is the biggest issue for me. It's just that it pops a lot because of the saturation. So I think the highlights spot on, like no problem here. It's just as it transitions to the shadows, you know, it kind of gets more and more saturated, and saturation is attractive. Saturation is like a magnet for the eyes, and so I would just desaturate the crap out of it. Anything that's shadow here, and maybe you could go also a little towards like complementary colors, because their colors are so rich in the face. You have a lot of different tints, yellows, pinks, greens, even browns. So very, very rich colors. Looks quite nice. So doing the same thing here. So we have what, blue is pretty much the same blue, right? It doesn't, the slider here, the little slider, it doesn't really travel a whole lot. It pretty much stays in the same spot. So maybe for this one, orangey background. So yeah, let's just warm it up. Let's go towards red, saturated, and maybe use that as the color for your shadows. But the mission here is to get rid of the saturation for the most part. So you could just desaturate the blue and keep the same blue, you know, to stay safe. But to warm up, this blue might be a nice complement to it. Adds a little bit more balance. Maybe that's too dark, too bright. Maybe a little darker. But yeah, so that's kind of what I would recommend. Kind of toning down the saturation overall, and maybe increasing it a little bit as it go towards the neck here. So maybe down here we can saturate even more. And kind of keep the saturation up here. Later, Laz. Thanks for hanging. The only thing maybe in the actual painting that I would look at is like just the thickness of your neck here. Like that feels pretty thick. You know, if I'm just imagining where the rest of the neck is, but probably somewhere around here. So it's almost as thick as your head. Like, unless you're a Formula 1 driver, your neck is probably a little too thick in here. So I would, yeah, just shave off some of it there. And also, like, the shading also will make it seem a little thinner if you darken the neck as it wraps around. Away from the lights, away from us. But yeah, overall, I mean, this looks really good. Really good. You could also maybe bring back some of the folds here in the shirt. You know, that was kind of cool. You know, they were done pretty, not as well, but yeah, having a couple of folds in here might be like a cool touch. You already have like some nice patterns there. Just making that shirt really feel like a shirt fold, and that's it. That's all I got. Really nice. Very nice. Damn. Meeps. This is my first time sending in something for the stream. That's why I'm struggling with your name. Sorry about that. But it doesn't mean that you have to be necessarily gentle with the feedback. Well, I usually try to be gentle anyways, but got it. I won't sugarcoat anything. So this week I've been practicing constructing faces from references. How do they look, and what can I work on? If you have time, do you have any tips on how to shape a face? Head constructions. All right. yeah, I think you did pretty damn good. Yeah, like not even looking at the references. This looks great. Good structure. Yeah, like the distance between the eyes, position of the eyes, especially, that's usually kind of like the problem area for most people. You did a good job here, really good job. Like this is a tricky angle to get right, but feels nice. Everything feels like solid volume. Well done. Maybe like this one. I don't think I have anything to say. Maybe both of them, like the mouth. The perspective of the mouth, I think, could be pushed a little more. Like this one's in the right angle, but maybe you could curve it more. And then maybe adding kind of like the line here for the chin. That might, again, help reinforce the perspective. Maybe not, let's try it. Having that curve here, just maybe a little more pronounced, but that looks really good. Otherwise, really good. Maybe the ears, the only issue here. As it goes up here, the ear kind of follows in the same direction, right? So up, having that ear pointed back a bit more because of that perspective. And then for her, this one here, this one, the mouth, I think is just same idea, same issue, but maybe more pronounced. So like we can really feel like a really strong curve here, right? Corner of the mouth back here. So the lips really have to curve a lot to line up with the reference. So I would just do the same thing here, like a really intense curve, upper lips curving a lot, lower lip curving a lot. Yeah, the same thing here. Like this line underneath, this adds a lot, so I would always recommend that you keep it, to know what's important, what kind of what part of the face are key, like what are the things that you can remove and other things that you can't remove. Good reference for that are animes or cartoons, because they usually take out a lot of stuff so that it's easier to draw multiple times. So they only keep the essentials, like the stuff that really that the face really needs, and usually they'll always keep that thing here, like that line, kind of important. So I would recommend that you suggest it just a bit, because it indicates like how far the lips stick out. So I think that's kind of important. And maybe she's got a little too much forehead, like like the eyebrows. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe you could just shave off a little bit. It's really like just a minor thing. Maybe slightly too much. But yeah, otherwise you did a fantastic job here. So those head constructions, very nice. I love this. The level stylization too works well. Yeah. Maybe forehead, this one here too. Can shave off some of it. But overall, awesome stuff. What helps? Ooh. Ooh. Awesome. What's up? Hopefully I'm not gonna butcher it. Milita. Let me know. Millie. So although I have although about the course of a year ago, I haven't had the courage to post anything for you to review, so this is my first ever full-size character design. It's supposed to be a cheerful and playful creature with a mix of sci-fi. Would be more than happy to receive your feedback regarding the design, anatomy, lighting, situation, overall, anything you feel is wrong. That was good. That looks really good. Usually silence is good. It's a good sign. What can I say here? I'm always looking at the fundamentals first to make sure that, you know, technically the drawing is correct. Yeah. I mean, super stylized, obviously. But everything feels good. Proportions feel good. Proportions in the face feel good. So then, from there, you can look at the design, colors, that kind of stuff, shading. All of that is really good too. So, you know, if we were going, if we were going by the books, I would say that maybe this is a little saturated. Maybe you could go a little darker in areas where, you know, there's no light that will be able to escape. But I feel like this is kind of the style that you're going for, you know, like every color like super vibrant, basically not touching black at all. So yeah, if that's part of the style, then kind of just disregard what I'm saying here. But yeah, I mean, it would make it feel a little bit more 3D to have that kind of stuff. But I really like the style otherwise, either way. With this, I think the colors might be the area where we can play with the colors, or the area where we could impact kind of the reads on the character here the most. Because right now, you know, it's very, very colorful. It's like a rainbow. So many colors. It looks good though. So most of the focus is where it matters. So the yellow is up here rather than down there. That's good. But maybe there would be, maybe it'd be nice to have a little bit of a gradient there, you know, because it's kind of yellowish, orangey yellowish throughout, about the same. Gradients always nice to add. Any chance you have to add a gradient, do it. So that's what I would recommend here. Maybe just the jacket needs it. And the thing that we're gonna do here is just mostly saturation. So kind of just knocking down the saturation down here with a less saturated yellow. Shadows too. Saturate that. Don't want to do it too much. Just a little bit. So that's, it's less warm down here. And basically when we do that, we introduce a little bit of a little coolness to the color, because it's not as orangey anymore. So yeah, so introducing kind of like that balance, warm versus cool colors. That's what gradients give us by default almost all the time. Yeah, honestly, when it comes to the character, yeah, that's it. So just adjusting the saturation of your colors to guide the eyes better towards the face. She's super cute. I love the outfit. It's very, very unique. So very strong hook. I like it. You know, it's memorable. It's different. Maybe presentation wise, you know, you could do something with the background here, kind of spice it up. Again, gradients always helps. So let's not do anything too crazy, but maybe just something like this already, you know, makes it less boring. Yeah. Love it. That's it. That's all I got. Super nice. I want to see more stuff from you. Come on. Don't be greedy. Share it. All right. So, hope Daxian. So, I had an okay week. Hope you had a good week. So thank you for coming to my channel last week. You're very, very welcome. So I'm still in term 2 at the moment. This week, as I paid more attention to my halftone values, I redid the sphere shading with a new technique. Hard round brush to block in the values, texture brush, blending to give the sphere some texture, and airbrush to do final value adjustments. What do you think the sphere looks like now? Yes. So I would want to see it with the shadow. So let's do that. Really? Come on, Photoshop. Why you be like that? There you go with the shadow. Ooh, hello. Yeah, maybe a little bit more. Like you see a little bit of occlusion down here. It's super subtle, right? But like always in the corners, like the light gets lost and kind of gets absorbed. So maybe we can add a bit of that down here. Very subtle. Ambient occlusion. So the light just gets trapped and can never escape. But other than that, yeah, that sphere is by far the best that you've done so far. Gradient works a lot better. Feels more round. Doesn't feel like there's like a hard edge on the sphere anymore. You can maybe here, like maybe you could blend out some more. And then yeah, like there's like this darker rim up here. Maybe we could add that back in. Pretty subtle. But it was good. That was really good. Yeah, the extra blending at the end, I think that helped. So really good stuff there. So after practicing shading, I moved forward with the facial features. So this was my first attempt to draw an eye. I was so overwhelmed by the details in the picture. My question: how to simplify the ref when studying the eye? Yeah, there's a lot of stuff in here. So you can remove a lot, and so I would remove anything that's not, or just keep skin and the eyeball. That's it. So eyelashes, just take that all out. So basically try to look at the eye, you know, as if it was just that. No eyelashes. No eyelashes for you, eye. And for that, you know, to make that maybe a little easier, you can look at like really good 3D sculpt or like 3D prints of people. Not prints, but like 3D scans of people. Because a lot of the stuff, like the small things here, like the eyelashes, like they're not gonna be scanned. This is too small. So usually the face will look something like that without much detail. So maybe a better place to start, especially like you're not gonna get a bunch of small wrinkles, that kind of stuff. So let me try to find one. Like these would be a good reference. You know, it's not, maybe that's a little too stylized, but like trying to find one that's more realistic. Just that this way, it's very simple. So it's a good kind of introduction. We're less likely to be overwhelmed by details. Trying to find a better one. But anyways, it doesn't matter. Yeah, so maybe try to find like a 3D sculpt instead. That might be a little simpler. Just make sure you find like a good one. when that looks good, that has a lot of likes, that has a lot of views, like some stuff that people have approved as being good. Don't want you to learn bad habits or study from something that's not accurate. But that's good. You know, the most important here is the structure of the eye, making sure that this looks like an eye, like the shading, all that stuff. That's never too important. Shading is kind of like speeds, you know, it improves over time as you practice other things, as you get a better understanding of how this is constructed, like the building blocks of the eye. Yeah, you did good. So structure is about the same, right? So the corner of the eyes, corner of the eye here. So maybe like the top here, top part of the eye, like the upper eyelid, maybe a little straighter for the reference. Maybe you can like flatten that out here. But honestly, yeah, like just get rid of the eyelashes for now until you feel comfortable with the structure itself. Just like wrinkles and like the small detail, like hair, like a beard, that kind of stuff. Ignore it at the beginning or simplify it a lot. So instead of drawing the eyebrow like this, the actual hair, just draw like the overall shape of it. So you can just do this shape here for the eyebrow and kind of shade it solid. Just so that you're getting used to the shape of it, getting used to where it's placed in relation to the eyeball. How high it is, like how is it centered, is it a little bit to the side, just so that you get used to what it should look like, but you don't need to shade it the same way, because yeah, that just complicates things. Like you probably spend a bunch of time here doing this, not the most bang for your buck. Structure is the most important, so understanding how big the eyeball is, what happens to that, like okay, so the first eyelids on top, other eyelids down here, so kind of spotting where those eyelids are, where they end. But yeah, structurally, like you did a good job. So this looks like an eye. I have no problem with this. The shading could be a little better, but again, that comes with everything else. Shading is really not important at this stage. Yeah, so keep it up, you know, do a bunch more, a bunch of other ones, maybe in different angles. So this one's pretty straight ahead, but try eyes that are like this, from above, like from the side, a bunch of different angles. And again, try to abstract it, try to find, I mean, abstract it if you're using a real reference and a real photo, or just use a 3D sculpt that maybe is a little simpler, like a good one, because then all of that will be removed anyway, so you won't be bothered by it. Later, Hannah. Hope that helps. How are we doing on time? All right, so let's take a little break. We're at the 2-hour mark, so we'll resume momentarily with Mina. So just 5-minute break, 5-minute-ish. Go walk around, loosen up, get the blood flowing in them legs, and yeah, I'm gonna go get something to eat real quick. And I'll be right back real soon. After these messages. Ready or not? Here we go. All right, let's keep going. Oh, where's my smudge guard? There it is. All right, let's keep going, shall we? So where were we? Mina. Okay. Ooh. Oh la la. So I don't really have much to say on this. It was a simple study of a horse that I stylized a little. I think this was my first ever attempt at drawing a horse too. Second drawing is me drawing some beagle expressions from imagination. Ooh, ooh, ooh. Later, Simon. Okay, so to try and see what I could do without looking at the reference. So, the usual. What stands out? Positive, negative. Alright. That horse came out real good. Look at that shading. Oh, the shading in particular. You did really good there. Yeah. So anatomy wise, I think you did a good job too. Maybe the horse a little short, just vertically, horizontally, not vertically. Vertically is fine. It's more like that way here. Doing, 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 doing. Because like rib cage of a lot of these quadrupeds is really long. It's like a narrow, long rib cage, and this guy is no exception. He's got a pretty long one. I'm trying not to distort him too much, but yeah, like looking at the size of this thing here, that's big. That's a big cage. So I just want to make sure that it's about the same size. And then his head, I think, would be like the other area where you could improve a bit more, like basically just making his actual head a little thicker, so that you have more kind of like this cone shape going towards the nose. Not the nose, but what's the name of that? A horsey nosey. There we go. But yeah, just kind of that angle here, making it a little bit more intense, like triangle shape. Because the head, it's pretty wide here, so you can look at the eyes. Eyes pretty far ahead, pretty far apart. A little smaller too. I mean, if you wanted to stylize this way, that's fine too. But yeah, just making the head a little thicker this way. Not other than that's beautiful. So he did a really good job with the horsey. And isn't it cool, right? You say it's your first time doing this, but with strong fundamentals, you can draw anything. It doesn't matter if it's a horse you've never done before. Who cares? If your fundamentals are good, you got this. That's why fundamentals so important. Yeah, maybe just the back leg here, like this one seems a little short. Because he's walking, so he's putting a lot of like this one's about to get the weight off of it, and right now most of the weight of the at least the back of the horse is on his left rear leg. So you just want to make sure that's kind of a little more centered with the other ones here. So this one, they're more like in line, almost like walking on one straight line. Excuse me. And then the doggos here. Yeah, that looks pretty good. So to give facial expressions to dogs or to any animals, you know, you almost have to make them look a little more human. Because yeah, dogs they can't play around with their eyebrows, you know, do any of that. They can't look angry. It's all just going to be with their actions, not so much the facial expressions. But yeah, like the way that you handle here the eyebrows, the way that you're treating the mouth here feels pretty good. Yeah, another good reference for those. I mean, I don't really have anything to say about these. They look good. They look pretty good to me. What I would still recommend that you use references, but maybe at like Disney movies, because they're really good at that kind of stuff, right? Like humanizing an animal, something that would not have facial expressions that we can recognize. That they're really good at that, And so it's basically looking at their decisions, like the kinds of stuff, the kinds of the recipes that they use, how they treat the eyes and different emotions. Again, like the more extreme emotions are usually the most valuable to look at. So what do dogs look like when they're angry, or like this one here? It looks kind of angry, but maybe, you know, like what happens if you really want to make it like super angry? What would they do for that? Like how would they stylize it? Because then once you have the extremes, like to filling up the gaps yourself of what's in between is a lot easier. Yeah. When they're happy too, like dogs, you know, you always like pull their ears back. So maybe this one could be more of that, and like maybe a little looser, like getting a little more submissive. And the angry ears go up. I don't know, I'm not super familiar with beagles, so I don't know like how much, you know, they can control their ears. Excuse me again. But yeah, that's about it, Mina. Really good stuff. Right. Senya. Ooh. Damn. So I finally finished this piece. What do you think about the overall painting? Personally, I'm happy with the result. Maybe the comp looks too 2D. Might be too saturated. Maybe, you know. Maybe it'd be nice if it were like in the same angle as the boot as this one. So instead of being like parallel to the ground, parallel to the camera rather, like maybe like follow a similar perspective, but it looks good to me, and I like the treatment that you did here. It looks really nice. Saturation, yeah, but at the same time it's like it's an effect, so I don't know how much less saturated this could get before it starts looking like poo-poo. Let's try. Maybe you could saturate it just a little bit. But yeah, overall I really like it. I think you did a really good job. Like from here, I think the most wow that you could extract from this, you know, if you were to spend more time on it, I think would be in the shading for the most part. So like looking at the legs, and I say that, but it's just like the shadow here on this side of the leg, probably you wouldn't see that, you know, because the leg would kind of touch the fabric, and so I think like this could go all the way to the side here. Like lower on the leg, yes, like when you start to see the inside of the leg, but on the outside here, and like the face and the horns, kind of shadows here on our torso. I'm not saying this is super accurate, but something like that. Yeah, man, that came out really good. Very nice face too. Huh. I'm just trying to think of like what else could you do to this, you know, to make it better. It's got a lot of stuff going on already. Color's nice. You got some good lighting. Love lighting, and it's already here, so you can't add that. You did it already. But maybe. And this is super fun usually. Like this is like the icing on the cake. I used to do that a lot more. I don't do it as much anymore, but it still looks super good. Like it's that rim light, you know, like just on the contour of the silhouette and that kind of stuff. Like always adds a little bit of pop. Make the characters stand out even more. On the hair too, why not? It's not doing much, but it's always super fun to do, to add that final rim light. But yeah, man, I think you did a really good job here. So I'm kind of at a loss of things to say. Yeah, I think you crushed it. I'm really happy to see that. Moving on to the video. All right. Ooh, man. I want to read this comic already. You guys hurry up. You're too slow. So finally got into a coloring job on this image here to the point where I feel like it's starting to come together. Also brightened it up a bunch in advance. So I've satisfied that one early. Well done. Yeah, I'm not going to say anything about that. Looks good. Final feedback. Here we go. What else? What else can we do to this? If it were me, there are two things that I would focus on here. Number one would be the smaller details, like in the foregrounds. So, like in here, you know, just maybe some tiny blades of grass can be still super stylized. It doesn't need to be like shaded or anything like that. But maybe like some tiny pebbles or just some texture just in the foreground. Like in the background, like you kind of stub that stuff here. So back there you don't need to have much, but in the foreground, in the middle ground, like that could be cool, you know, to add a little bit of a texture essentially, so that we know is the grass long, is it, you know, is it well kept, is it mowed? And here where the road meets the grass, probably a little bit of shadow here, if it has any height to it, the grass, that is. Yeah, so that kind of stuff in the foreground, and that, it kind of goes with the leaves that we see in the foreground, like these right here. And maybe for those, you could have a little bit of shading. So the rule that I usually follow is that no shading if it's just a silhouette, right? If it's black, then don't need to do any shading. But the second that you have a little bit of light on there, in this case, you know, it's not completely black, then you should put some shading. You should add some shading to it. So one way or the other. Maybe you could have some light touching on these leaves here, or not. Maybe it's just, instead of that, maybe it's just something that's darker, absence of light. Some of these leaves, maybe down here there's less, so that you create some depth in the foreground itself. But not too much, you know, because that can attract a little too much attention. Like highlight here, maybe a little too intense. But anyways, that kind of stuff. So it's to go along with that. Have some details, and then the only other thing really would be to just warm it up where it's warm, because it feels like a cold day. It's like your colors are not super warm. Maybe that's what you want, you know. But whenever there's light, it always looks nice to me, at least, when things are slightly warmer than than real life. Maybe overlay. Maybe hard lights. Oh wait. What am I doing? There you go. Like where the sun hits, a little bit of extra glow. Make it extra sunny. Where is my... There it is. I'm just trying stuff. Maybe that's not gonna... Maybe it's gonna be too much. I just want to test. And then back there... Maybe a little cooler instead. That's the only thing I would do. So I would just, just warm up wherever the sun is. It's done super dirty, but it's already so colorful. It's already like a cozy image. I think that'd be nice. But the most important, I think, is just the amount of details in the foreground. So yeah, man. That is a beautiful image. Yeah, like details up here, especially because this area is kind of empty, like, so if you could fill this up with something, it could be just like a tiny, like a rock or maybe there's a couple rocks here, like poking out. Doesn't need to be super detailed, just something, just to fill up this area. Yeah, man, killer. This makes me happy every time I look at it, so that must be a good sign. Maria. All right. You're welcome, Livia. So this week I kept going on some fold studies. Some of them traditionally, because it enables me to erase my mistakes. I see that my toe is larger on the top and not that tall. Compared to the reference, any advice on that point? Also started with the ZBrush class with ZBrush Core, but seems to not have the edit mode. You should definitely have the edit mode, although maybe they changed it? I don't know. I'll need to look into that one. Yeah, like if you have a screenshot of exactly what you're talking about, like that would help. But I'll try to look it up. So it's a very nice study. So I know you're mentioning the fact that it's so wider here, and that's not so much of an issue. Like I wouldn't worry about that too much, to be honest. Doesn't matter. What matters is that the folds look good because it's a fold study. And they do. They certainly look like folds. Good job here. With the shading too, just how you accentuate like some parts, how you leave other parts a lot with less contrast. It looks very good. Very good. And this is a great practice too, because this is the kind of folds that you'll be able to reuse all the time. Like this could already be kind of like a loose cape, or loose shirt even. Like if these could be like your hands here, almost like the arms, shoulders. So this is a master level reference. This is really, really good because you can reuse this for many, many other things. So really good study. yeah, I mean, if you're really worried about the fact that it's not exactly the same shape, what helps me is always to imagine like a box around this thing here, because the shape of that box is kind of easy to see, easy to recreate, and it's easier to spot mistakes on like the width and the height, because there's only width and height to look at. That's very limited information. So if we do the same thing here on yours, goes a little further out. Yeah, that's about it. So yeah, you look at those two rectangles. Yeah, not quite the same, right? So this one's a little more narrow. So in your case, I think if you just like scale this up vertically, squeeze it a bit to make it fit the same kind of the same bounding box. Nailed it. So it's pretty much the same thing now. So yeah, always think of that box, like you can draw it, or afterwards to kind of double check for yourself. But the folds themselves are very nice, so that's all that matters in my book. And you did awesome. So like for other ones, try to find like maybe shirts and like pants, the stuff that you'll use in your characters. Like imagine the kind of the kinds of characters that you like to draw. What kind of outfits do they wear, and try to find references that look like that, so that there is a ton of context for the study. It's not just like one random study that you might or might not use in the future. The more context, the better. Warren, all right, I am okay, Warren. I hope you're good too. So I took a break for a week and had gotten back into this week. Gotten back into it. Whatever. So doing more clothing reference paintings and starting the nude paint over assignment. I feel like I've gotten good at the reference paintings, but I'm struggling with the painting over the models. I'd like some general feedback on both of these, especially model paint overs. Yeah, model paint overs. It's I really like this exercise because it forces you to match the values with the reference that you're using, and that's really good for observation, on top of just being good practice for fold and shading and all that stuff. So also for this week, I'd like to ask you a question about making full pieces and such. Sometimes excuse me, sometimes I stop doing art studies and start making personal pieces and projects, like full color illustrations, and lately I've been feeling like I can't do that anymore, not because I shouldn't, but because I haven't studied enough to practice enough, so it's going to go badly if I attempt it. And usually that's correct. Well, so what's easier, I think, to do when that's the case is to practice on studies, because that's what you're doing here. That's what you're working on anyways. And when you really when you land on a good study, something that you really like, you're like, oh man, this has potential. Then develop it further, develop it into a full painting. So it could be, that's what I still do, to this day. So I'll do a lot of character sketches, sometimes studies, sometimes just from imagination, and I don't, in my head, I don't commit much to it. I'm just like, I'm going to draw the naked body, and that's it. And then if I feel, and even sometimes it's just the construction, like the last post I post on Instagram, it's just super simple, and that's kind of the initial commitment. And sometimes it stays that way. So once I'm done, I'm like, nah, I feel satisfied now, I can move on. But some other times I'll work on something like just a simple construction, and then I get inspired. I see something else, like, oh, this could turn into something cool. And so you start from a good study, and then you push it further. And so you're already starting with a good foundation. So usually that's a better way to go if you're going to work on like a full-on painting, rather than starting from scratch. And to that point also, work on tackle paintings that you feel mostly comfortable with, things that are familiar, acquired skills, for the most part. Of course, you should always leave a little bit that's unknown, stuff for you to discover, for you to improve. But it's day and night, like the kind of the confidence that you'll have if you start a painting, knowing that you'll be able to do most of it, 80% of it on your own, 70% of it, maybe just half of it, it's good. And then the rest, you'll know that you'll have to kind of study up and look things up to be able to finish it. But this is way better than starting something where most of what you're trying to paint, you've never painted before, and you have no idea how to do it. So that's pretty daunting, and it's demotivating because you're constantly running into walls, into hurdles. All right, so I finished this piece of this part of the painting. Moving on to the next. I don't know how to do that. Always stopping. That doesn't feel good at all. And so yeah, work on stuff that feels more comfortable for you. Stuff that's within your comfort zone, and then just sprinkle in new things that are not familiar, so that you're still improving. And if you want to do like stylized stuff, you're right. This is all valid concerns. That yes, you yourself are going to have a harder time unless you know anatomy very well. But you can still reuse. You can still use other people's recipe for that. So you don't need to come up with everything on your own. You can just look at how somebody else does faces or does style, does like a style that you like, and you can kind of copy the style and just treat it as a study. And or maybe just change it a little bit so that it becomes more you. But yeah, this is why recipes are kind of cool. Like how other people treat, like how they draw the nose, how they simplify the nose, how they simplify the eyes, how they simplify the face. Like you can definitely do that, and that's a way to make you feel good about yourself, because in the end you're still doing it, but you're using somebody else's recipe, and so you don't have to come up with the recipe on your own. So what you're describing here is a process where you would discover your own recipe from scratch after a lot of practice. That's one way to do it. It's just it takes a little bit longer then, because you have to go through this whole process. That's maybe some more experienced artists have already done. So anyways, I'm just blabbering. So look at these. Yeah, your study is really good. Yeah, really good. So good references too. Useful references, kind of going back to what I was saying about using references that you will reuse in some cases in the future, like pants, jackets, loose shirts, all very relevant. So for these here, shape is pretty good. Now let's see what we can do with the fold and values also. So you always try to look at the darkest value here on the body. It's almost black, right? So it gets really, really dark, and that's usually going to be similar on the shirt too. So maybe not orange, but like it will go pretty dark in the fold here, and here and here and here. So just to make sure that it goes as dark as the skin at least, because otherwise you have two different kind of range of values for one character. Seems weird. So here, looking at what she looks like, it's probably a little bit of tension up here. So maybe you could add a bit of a highlight. And then yeah, with the arm, it's a tricky one to figure out. But in this case, the tension point is going to be right here where all the fabric bunches up. So right between the traps and the delts. So you'll get a bunch of folds there because the fabric, yeah, usually is nice and relaxed. There's plenty of it to cover the entire shoulder, but when there's no shoulder, all of a sudden, all that fabric has got no place to go, and so it just bunches up together up here. And then yeah, so right underneath the shirt here, maybe not a whole lot of folds, but going around the breast and then kind of towards these folds here, the other tension points. This damn brush. Blaming my brushes. Oh, I'm changing the pose, huh? Now it looks like she's hunched over. No. She's stretching. So, tension up here, tension back there, you know, where all the folds kind of bunch up. Tension up here, so it goes from there to the other tension point there, kind of contours it, and then goes down and kind of blends with these more horizontal folds. Yeah, I mean, it's a tricky one. What you had looked pretty good, you know, so just trying to be a little more accurate, but it was pretty convincing already. I'm just trying to make the underlying anatomy kind of show through the shirt a bit more. And but yeah, the biggest issue was this fold was non-existent. Like this one would definitely be there, because there's a bunch of tension there. But overall, if you match the values like you did here, that's really good actually. If you go dark enough here in the folds, like that feels pretty damn good. Yeah, I don't have much to say about this one. This one was good, really good. I would still kind of treat use this shading for this part of the shirt because it's laying on top of it, so almost like shaded as if she wasn't wearing anything. But other than that, folds in here, very convincing. Yeah, that's nice. Oh, that helps. Moving on to Julia. Julia's not done typing here. So I hope you're enjoying your weekend. I present to you a beautiful lady. Well, not in the classical way, but guess she needs some help. This perspective just feels strange to me at the moment. All right. All right. So this looks very good. Nailed the proportions there. Very nice. And then in here, I think the only thing that that I would say about the anatomy itself, not even talking about proportions yet, but just the anatomy, is that if you have, if she's got like hips that are this thick, you would like the torso would kind of follow suit too. So like it would be very strange for it to be this narrow up here. So just want to kind of thicken up everything else too. The arms too, like the arms, if the legs are thick, usually the arms are thick too. Not all the time. Some women don't follow this rule, but it's kind of a general rule. Everybody's slightly different, that kind of stuff, but usually that's where the fat will accumulate. Because otherwise it just makes it feel like the hips are kind of scaled up, and then everything else was just like a regular frame, right? But the hips are just way bigger for the body. So I don't know, maybe that's not what you wanted to do either. Maybe you didn't want her to be chunky. Maybe you just wanted the angle to be pretty intense. Maybe just the hips to be a little wider. But I'm just looking here, that's not just muscle. There's something else there. So just adding that to the rest where it would normally be 2. But the perspective works quite well. Maybe something in the knees here feels a little too flat. Like having them kind of having the knees angled in the same direction as the legs here, as the heels. Not the heels, the ankle. Ankles. Right there at the crotch, it's going to be pretty straight because there's no angle there. It's completely at the horizon line, and so there's not going to be any curve down there. Although maybe you would have a curve this way, if the stomach is kind of bigger, treating this more as a sphere. But yeah, from this angle, it would be more like a straight line here. It would be like this if we see the legs from below. Because then imagine this is like a big cylinder, right? And then those curved lines here are just a continuation of that. But that's not the case. We're looking at this part of the body like head on, so there's no perspective whatsoever. And so just straight. Boom. Or maybe curve it down. One or the other, either straight or curve it down, depending how much belly fat she's got. But overall, yeah, I'm not changing much. That's maybe here the nipples could be a little higher. Again, if they're right in the middle, when we look at this at the eye level, at the horizon level, if we look at it from below, it'll appear more like this. Right, so it's horizontal line. The horizontal line, when it's tilted up, it's curved now, so we can place these a little higher, maybe up here. And the rest looks really good. Hope that helps, Julia. She didn't need that much help. Oh snap, Peyton, what have you done? In a good way. So I finished this big guide from last week, and I want to know if there's anything I can improve in the process. I would also like to know what kind of anatomy studies would be best for me. Man, that was super cool. I kind of like that. That was good. Like in his case, I feel like there's something in this version, that I like a little more. And one thing is probably just the vignette effect. Like I think it's nice here that we see the clear sky, that there's no like darkening in the corners. And like that's a little more pink too, like this pink, this orange, contrasting against these two types, these two different blues. It looks good. It's a really nice, strong contrast. Like it pops a lot. Like almost like like Street Fighter colors. Very saturated, but very aesthetic. It's a really good color harmony here. So maybe I would saturate it a bit more, and yeah, bring back the sky to kind of what it was, like more in this one here. I prefer this personally. If you like this better, you know, do whatever you want. I'm just saying. Yeah, like these things look a lot more glowy now, so that works a lot better. Yeah, man, that guy came out awesome. I really love the shading here. Awesome, awesome color choice. And then it's not just a character, it's a character in the scene. So we have we have context for, some context for it. That's a really cool piece, man. You should really be proud of this. It's one of your best ones. Yeah, value-wise, real quick, not much, but you know, like he goes pretty dark here, almost black. You would probably just want to do the same thing here in the foreground, like all of these little cracks here, just making them go as dark-ish, because it's on the same plane, and so it should share similar values. That's it. Yeah, that was good. So what kind of studies? Anatomy studies. Like poses would be good. So gesture drawing, I would just have that in your schedule. Do it like at least once a week, maybe a few times a week, because it's character, and like clearly you like to do characters, and this is really going to help. It's one of those fundamentals, you know, it's going to help you forever. Gesture drawing is super important. Like your character is always a little stiff, you know, they look cool, they look super cool, and cool poses, but they're always a little stiff, you know, like they're like they weren't ready for the photo. So gesture drawing is going to help with that, just developing a better visual library for poses that look comfortable, poses that feel dynamic, feel like they have weight, that kind of stuff. So that, and anatomy, not as much, to be honest. Like you could do more targeted studies. So if there's one area in particular that you're struggling with, like you know, if you're having issues with drawing knees, I don't know, I can't really see here, but let's say that's one problem. Just a couple of studies of just the knees for like a couple of days, and usually that solves the issue. And so in your case, like your anatomy overall, your proportions overall, like they're really good. It's going to be like minor details that need kind of ironing out over time. So overall it's good. So I don't think like I would just draw full characters. It's just going to be more like those small mistakes, those small areas of trouble that I would focus on. That's all I got. That helps. Kristen. So this week I worked on better faces / heads for my figure drawing, and now they all take twice as long. I think hands are now the weakest point. I've limited time to practice during the week. I have limited time, and I can only focus on one element to improve at a time. I want to get faster at the head, face. I don't want sad hands either. Yeah, so kind of a good follow up after what I was saying to Peyton, but focus on those things only in isolation. Like if they're a clear problem for you, solve it. You know, solve that problem so that it's not a problem. It's not a problem anymore. So, you know, at this point, your skill for gesture and for anatomy is probably like, you know, like you have like different bars for different parts of the skill. So maybe this is like how to draw the torso, how to draw the body proportions, how to draw the legs in general, how to draw the upper leg, how to draw the lower leg, how to draw the knees, how to draw the breast, how to draw the torso, how to draw the hips. You know, there's all a bunch of different things, and they're not at the same level. Yeah, you didn't practice everything as much, you know, it's all over the place. And so some things will be really good, and all you want to focus on really is just like leveling up those that are a little weaker, and just focus on that. Just focus on leveling up that one thing, bringing it up to a good level that's similar to the other stuff, and then focus on the next weakest point. Because you're in a very similar situation as Peyton, where overall it's really good. Like proportions here, not really an issue. Like you have good proportion, you have a good eye for that. You can spot when it looks right, when it doesn't, for the most part. And yeah, you're right. It's just it's smaller issues. It's smaller problems. Your faces are nice, but they take longer. So it's just that you don't have enough experience yet. So you can focus on faces only. You know, forget the body for a while. Just focus on faces, like more like portraits. Do a bunch of those. And portraits at different sizes. So portraits up close, and then maybe drawing the face from a distance. Like when you see like how you would simplify it a lot more if you were to draw like a comic or something like that. Because then that's probably what you're going to be using to do gesture drawing. You know, like the simpler version, so that you can get it down quick. Yeah, same thing with the hands, same thing with the feet. Practicing those in isolation while still being like connected to the body. So what I wouldn't do is just draw the hands, you know, with like the fingers, and that's it. Always include the wrist, because that adds a lot to the gesture. Same thing with the like part of the legs here, like part of the ankle, and then the foot. But yeah, all I'm seeing here though, everything is very encouraging. These studies look great. Yeah, so just a matter of bringing up those few areas that are a little weaker. Yeah, I would specialize, or not specialize, but I would focus on some of these things. Yeah, and like sprinkle those exercises as you work on full figures too, so that you can actually incorporate those two together as you're leveling it up. Oh, that helps. Moving on to Daria. Hope you're doing well. Hope you too. I've been working on this illustration on and off since autumn, exploring stylistic choices and especially brushstroke treatments. Now it's fairly close to completion, although I still have a lot of details and render. Have to add a lot of details and render out places like left antler and the girl's lower body. Roger that. I would like to ask if you can spot any mistakes that could still be fixed at this stage, as well as any suggestions for pushing this piece even more. Picture on there are the reference for the characters. Oh, I like what you did with her. Like the more slanted eyes. That's cool. That's nice. Makes her feel it's like a anime character that actually looks like an Asian person. A little bit. Nice. It's been almost 1 year since I joined art school, and I'm sad I haven't been able to put much of the attention to the assignments, but the videos and your feedback on stream have been very helpful. Hopefully you can still join the streams once a month. Hell yeah. That's awesome to know. I really like this. That's a beautiful painting. Oh man, like the light. Power of light. I tell you, it's everything. Like this stuff here. Oh yes. It makes it feel like all of these locks of fur are like solid almost, and that they each have their volume, which they do. But yeah, if you didn't have this shading here, this little bit of light, we wouldn't see that. It's very nice, very tasteful. So there's some room to improve values in here and composition a little bit. That's it. That's pretty much it. So very strong painting already. Composition. Let's start with that. I think that's probably the number one thing I would tweak. It's just like this area here feels pretty empty, and so there's an imbalance in that sense when we talk about the principles of art. A lot of weight here, a lot of weight, a visual weight here, a lot of visual weight here, a little bit down here because we have kind of like the rest of the characters. And so it leaves kind of this corner pretty open, pretty bare. So just trying to find something for the back here. Maybe are these like mountains? That could be it. Just making those mountains more visible towards the horizon. Always gets a little lighter. We can punch up the silhouette of these mountains by using that to our advantage. Just adding a little bit of light towards the horizon here so that the mountain kind of stands out against it some more. And there's a lot of blue back here. So what is this? This a mountain too? Yeah, maybe we could have that kind of creep in there. Occupy some more space, and maybe the clouds back here can carry the rest of the weight. By filling up kind of the gap. But yeah, so I mean, it could be any number of things. It's a background, it's a landscape, so you can do whatever you want, really. But yeah, I would definitely add something here, back there, just to occupy the space. But the rest is very nice. Like she reads well against her creature. So good difference here in terms of the values. So her silhouette is very nice, very clear. The silhouette of this little guy here, maybe that's where we could increase the contrast, that kind of stuff. So that he stands out a bit more against the background. Or maybe either darken the background or make the highlight here a little brighter. Or a combination of both. Whatever you prefer. And then yeah, like back here, like the value is very similar. So like the neck, it's kind of unclear what's going on there, just because the values are so close. So once again, it could be just darkening the fur maybe, so that it stands out more against the background, or brightening it with more blue light, or darkening the background, or lighting up the background. Either way, as long as there's the difference. So that's it. So those are the two big ones. Lighting wise, like I love what you did here. Like the orange and going, that feels like it has a ton of volume. I would maybe add something similar to like up here. If this is if this entire side is lit, probably like that side of the face would get some of that light too. Probably. I'm just using kind of the same green. to light up his face, part of his head. And then maybe the same on her, you know, back down here. So there's a little bit of light up there. Maybe we can add some more down here. Chinese stones foresting. I see. But yeah, so disregard then my more more traditional mountain. But yeah, if you can just have, like, creep those in so that they occupy some of that space, you'll be all good. Yeah, that's all I got. Really good. Really good. Like, your shading on here. Like, this girl looks like she could totally be like a 3D model, like hand painted 3D model. Very nice. That big guy too. Love it. More glow in the eyes, says Soledad. Let's try that. Yeah, I mean, it's pretty bright, right? She's receiving the sun directly in her face, so yeah, maybe a little bit of extra highlight in the eyes to make it pop. Oh, maybe you talked about this one here. I don't know. I'm just talking to myself. Yeah, maybe a little bit. Ooh, that's cool. Yeah, that's all. That's all I got. Very nice. Rui, sorry for not submitting assignment last week. How dare you? How dare you not submit? So, this is the first time I paint an all-metal object. This is a panda-inspired defense machine equipped with something that can be launched. Please give me some advice. Yeah, your face looks really good. And like the way that you did the nose, I don't know, it's something like very Japanese about her face. While it's not being like anime looking, like obviously there's clear style here, but I like this aesthetic a lot. All metal. You're asking for trouble. All metal is nightmare. Almost, it's missed opportunity. Like you have the 3D model, you should have totally used like a metallic shader on this, like more metallic. But good to see that you used reference. Good choice. I like that a lot. So yeah, you know, don't try to wing painting metal. It's you need reference first. So I'm glad to see that that you used one. And the thing to keep in mind when it comes to metal and shininess in general is that the harder the surface, like the smoother the surface, the more contrast you'll have. And the rougher the surface, the more diffuse, the less contrast you'll have. So this big boy is pretty contrasting, but maybe the transition from highlight to shadows a little too soft to be metallic. Like if I look at this guy, it reads more as a like made out of leather almost. Yeah, and I think if you just add like a simple highlights somewhere, like a specular, not shading, this is really just highlights. I think that will help make it feel more shiny. Like this is super rough, but already, you know, you can tell like, oh, now it's a shiny surface. It was already shiny, or it was already reflective, but not necessarily shiny, more like matte, like textured, a little rougher texture. But yeah, when you're talking about when we talk about metal, it's gonna be like these big highlights, strong contrast between the darks and the shadows, and like really short blur between the highlights, the maximum amount of light, and like the rest of it. So if it's a little rougher, then you can start to fade this out. It's not as clear, it's not as sharp of a line. But yeah, I think it's just the highlight here. The contrast in general wasn't there yet. Wasn't there as much as it should. So take that color, pump it up to white, and there we go. Now it's more metallic. It's basically the only issue here. It's that specular. Spectacular. Makes things look so shiny. It's just like the water that I did at the beginning from Marco's. You know, just adding like those brighter, like white spots on the water, just to make it feel like it's sparkly, it's reflective. Yeah, that's all. That's it in terms of that. Talking about design. Is he like a defense machine? All right, so that's also like the warning lights. Alert, intruder, alert. So to make that better, you know, to make that concept, that design even better, I think we need to look into the storytelling and maybe add a couple more clues in there. Like I get it with the lights, although they don't necessarily look like lights because they're all different. So I'd really recommend that you make sure that all these lights are kind of the same thing. So maybe make them look artificial, like real, like police lights, where the top is kind of flat, and like all the same size, of course, making sure they're all the same lights. Because this one's a little smaller, so maybe just making that one a bit bigger so that it matches the other ones. Also make them glow some more. So when you use like opaque colors like this, glow never looks that great. For good glows, use overlay or hard lights. Hard light's a little more opaque, so hard light will work well when the overall colors, the overall values are darker. But if you have something that's a little lighter, or the shading is lighter, overlay works really well to make something feel like it's glowing. Like this feels more glowy now. That's it, you know, done. Maybe a little too much, but there you go. That's how it glows. Alert. So talking about the rest of the storytelling, like I was saying, that's good. It's already like the lights everywhere makes it seem like it's there to warn us of something. It's just like we don't know if it's gonna do something beyond that, you know, like beyond just the light flashing. It seems like he's got hands. So are they there to hit us? Are they there to push, to poke? It's just like that second, you know, like what does that character do once he's been alarmed that there's something going on, that there's an intruder? So maybe he's got like a maybe he's got like a cage down here on his belly. Oops. So he's carrying prisoners. Probably not. Don't do that. But you know, like that would make it super obvious. Don't do that. That's not a good idea. But that's what I mean. Like that kind of stuff, that kind of storytelling where you're like, oh, he sees somebody, he gets alarmed, and then he puts them in jail, and then he carries them to the police station or something. Maybe he's got some maybe, yeah, so the so that's just a sticker. So maybe he's got like a badge somewhere, you know, like a tag, like a number, like a serial number, Or yeah, just like a badge like all police officers have. What else could make him look threatening? Maybe he's got like some tasers here. Like the tip of these are like tasers, like zzz, and then he carries you to the station. Or maybe it's like a police baton, you know, like a tonfa, and he uses that as a weapon. So yeah, it's just like kind of like that next level. What does this guy do beyond just being alarmed? What the hell's... Well, it's just super cool design. Like, it has a lot of potential. So looking forward to see what you do with that. And then moving on to Robin here. Ooh, look at these sketches. That's hot. So, last week I continued working on my game project. Only spent very little time on the programming recently and focused more on practicing my art skills. But last week, all the systems really started coming together, so I took last week to wrap up most of the programming, and then I took the majority of this week to build the first level. This feels super exciting to me, and now I want to get out vertical slice ASAP. The one area that is lacking the most right now is enemy variety. At the moment, I only have 2 zombies, and I would like to add 1 or 2 demons to that. Last time you said that my demons need more hookiness. Trademarked. So I hope this batch of characters looks a bit better to you. Now, it's a bit rough though. I didn't spend as much time to make these clean. Also, I wanted to ask if I could send you a little video of the first level of my submission next week. Yes, hell yeah. I think everybody wants to see that. I certainly want to see, because if this is it. Yes, please. Are they more hooky? They are more hooky. Yes, dude, that's exactly it. Hell yeah. My man, there you go. That's iconic. Demon Rhino on a muscular demon body. I don't want to see that in real life. But that's memorable. It's different. It's like, yeah, it's not just a demon. He's inspired by something else. Makes him unique. Yeah, dude. Hell yeah. Yes. Yes, yes, yes. Trying to think like what could be connecting the two here. Like maybe it's just like the bones exposed, maybe that'd be kind of creepy. Or too hard to model. I just want to see it just to see what it looks like. Like the flesh kind of ends right here, and then it's just kind of like just the bones and tendons, maybe like keeping this together. So it looks. Yay. Oh, there we go. Oh man, that feels good to watch this improvement. That's solid improvement. Yeah, that's different. You know, it's it kind of tells you what this guy's about. Inverted cross, probably not good. Probably not holy. I don't have anything else. It's really good. That's it. Damn. Looking forward to next week. I want to see that game. Alright, Joe. So I'm taking my time with term 2 because I know how difficult I'm finding it to draw the basic Boba Fett mask technique It all feels so uncomfortable. Don't you worry. I feel the same way for many things in art still. I'll try to draw it and I'll be like, not yet, not yet. Still need to work on it. So that feeling never goes away, but when it does, oh man, does it feel good. That's the drug. See, so keep it up. You'll see. Once you unlock the skill, you want to chase that feeling for life. So I'm finding it very finding it very hard to position. I'm finding it really hard to read today. To position the side circles and to know the angle of the vertical line on the side circle. Right. Using references makes it easier, but even still, the mask doesn't always fit. Yeah, and the mask, you know, the mask is not meant to fit 100%. It's a generic mask. It's something that, it's a construction, so it's just the completely diluted version of what you're trying to do here. So you start with that, and then you kind of shape it up, like you deform it a little bit to make it feel like what you want. Because yeah, all these heads are the same. It's all based on the same proportions. So in reality, of course, nobody's the same. Yeah, I think it helps if you don't draw the chin first. Like, just start with the sphere itself. Yeah, because like I'm looking at this this line here, for example. Like this one here is not going in the same direction as this one. This one kind of diverges a bit more. So, but that's only because you're trying to go towards the chin. So, you know, if it wasn't there, I mean, that's still, that curve is still a little too intense compared to this one. You know, this one would need to curve more, basically, so that distance here is always the same. But yeah, so that's kind of what I would maybe tweak in your approach. So we start with the sphere and then split it in half first. So then you have that line here, and that line, by the way, like this is perfect ellipse, right? It needs to be able to go around the sphere and have the same distance here, have the same distance behind and in front, and be completely symmetrical. But anyways, yes, so now that you have this line, now you can figure out what the line here from the side of the head is going to look like, because it's going to be the same line, just scale down. So you could like just take that thing here, duplicate, scale it down. There you go. Now you have it. Just need to complete it backwards. And then the same goes again for the horizontal lines. So can merge that, duplicate that. Come on, what the hell? What's going on, layers? Ah. Did this on the wrong layer, that's why. Dun, 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 dun. Let's just do it manually. Enough of the shenanigans. But yeah, so now you would just need to do the same thing again, but horizontally. So Z looking down, Z looking up, says looking up. This is going to be the symmetry line. Once again, this line here should wrap around the sphere and have equal distance, which is not the case right now. So that's not a good line. Don't do that. Higher. Closer. And then you already have this your thirds, really like the limit of thirds, so you just kind of continue the line this way, again making sure these lines here are parallel, that they wrap around properly if they had to, and then you add the chin. Kind of find the tangent here. Then you can add your chin to that and kind of just connect everything else. But it's that ball, that sphere initially that really needs to be good. So I would practice that. Yeah, because yeah, this little shakier here, and it's tricky, you know, like drawing ellipses, drawing. By the way, I looked it up. I've been mispronouncing this the whole time, even when I thought I corrected it. Ellipse. Is that how I've been saying ellipse? It's ellipse. Is that better? I think it's better. Ellipse. Like the E's. Anyways, I'm just learning English. Slowly but surely. You want to make sure that you're able to draw these ellipses perfectly all the time. Not perfectly, but that you can get a near perfect ellipse. Ellipse. In any angle, from any directions, vertical, horizontal, doesn't matter. You know, that's the kind of stuff that you want to practice. And it's a super important skill, just in art in general. It's one of those things that you'll draw all the time. It's part of the cap of cylinders. You use cylinders all the time to draw anything. It's like one of the main fundamental volumes in art. So practice doing that. Make sure that you're really good at that. It's like this one here, pretty damn good. You know, like the curves here definitely follows the symmetry line. This one here pretty good too. It's just that just kind of little. Yeah, that was actually pretty good, pretty spot on. I mean, you could be a little more symmetrical back here, but yeah, the height, the placement, that's good. That one is good too. Just this side, like you would kind of chop that off. You wouldn't see it. Yeah. So overall, I mean, overall these are pretty good. It's just tightening things up more. That's it. So more polish, more accurate. And like if you're basing it off of this guy here, you know what you would do is like your initial sphere is a little too big. Like the sphere should really just cover the skull, right? So don't go past it really. So that one would be like that would be the circle for it, something like that. And then actually that's a little too high. I included too much of his hair. So yeah, that's another thing. You have to imagine that he's kind of bald. The hair doesn't contribute, or the hair isn't considered when drawing these constructions. So you kind of have to imagine it without. So something like that, and then the side here, center, symmetry line, and then the rest of the face. The rest of the chin. So you just want to make sure that it matches, like the cage of the construction matches the face, matches the head a bit more, a little tighter on there. Like these other ones, like I think those are much better. But this one here, like the sphere, a little big still. Like you're including the ears. Don't even think about the ears. Like imagine there's no ears, no hair. That sphere, that initial circle is really just the skull itself without the hair. So for her, it would be a little smaller because that's her hair back here. So yeah, it's a little smaller. Not much different, but it makes a difference in this case. because if it's a little too big, now your head is too big all of a sudden, and then whatever, even if you draw the face properly, the face will appear too small. So yeah, anyways, just be careful of those. I don't see any issues with the rest here. So the facial features, and that's usually the case. You know, the facial features are not as tricky to draw, especially if you have a good base for it to attach them on. So that's why the base is so important. Yeah, these look good. Nose is in the right angle. Like you can clearly tell what's the perspective here. Nice. All right, Rachel. So this week I wanted to get some critique and feedback on my assignment for 1 point perspective. I've never been taught perspective before, so it's a completely new subject for me. Before I add any more details to my assignments and ink it, I wanted to make sure the basics of it were in a good place. It's a bit more of a boring room than I was hoping, but since my skills are limited, I tried to stay pretty basic. Yeah. So yeah, for your first one, I think you did a really good job. Am I going to be able to find a mistake here? That is the question. Scanning in progress. Damn, I can't find anything. Yeah, even that little structure there. That was good. Everything's got thickness. Oh yes. The stairs themselves even have a little bit of a trim. Rachel, you did it. You nailed it. You should feel more confident about this. I don't think I've had a student before that says it's their first venture into perspective and there's legit no mistakes anywhere. Like unless I'm not seeing something, but let me just double check the stairs to be sure. So this is the back wall. Maybe those stairs. Let me see. So this is kind of like the first opening. I see. Yeah, something going on there. So what I was thinking initially is that like this is the end of the room, but then there's an opening in the room through those stairs here. So like you can go beyond that, like deeper, and then, but I didn't notice that there was no line here continuing here. So what I had in mind, what I imagined that was happening was that it's a little deeper than it actually is. So I was thinking that this kind of continues there, a little deeper. And that's where the staircase is. So like up here, like this wall basically would kind of continue up. And all right. Yeah, so like that basically it's kind of open up here. It's like a hole in the ceiling to go up to the second floor. So with a little bit of shading, I think it'll help us understand what's going on. So I was thinking that all of that is kind of recessed in like a different plane, like behind. That could kind of be the case. It's just like you're missing kind of one line here. So if this is, if the stairs here land like on the wall directly, if they stop there, yeah, the easiest way to fix this from above, like looking at this from above, it looks like you have the main room here. Like this is us, we're the viewer. We're looking at this room. This is the main room. There's a staircase here leading to the second section of the room, which is behind here, where the other stairs are. So this is what I imagine. So this wall right here, the one that separates the room from the staircase, is this here. But maybe I got this wrong. Maybe it just continues. Maybe you can just continue this way. And then you just need one line there. Would that work? Yeah, that's another way to go about it. So yeah, it's different ways to solve this. But yeah, there was a small issue with the distinction between the two sections of the room. So you have the big room and then you have the stairs. I think if you just extend the room here, like I did this way, this makes sense here because then we have enough depth to reach back here. Then you can walk up here, and then it's like there's a gap up there, so you can keep walking. Yeah, so that would work. I think you would just need to continue this line, either like keep going up if this entire staircase is like has a high ceiling, if it goes up to the second floor, or maybe there's part of the wall that continues there and then it opens up. I don't know how you want to treat it. Probably better if it's just opened up like this, easier to draw too. So yeah, some lines to adjust in this area to make this work, if this is indeed the layout of the room. So moment of panic averted. That's it. That's the only issue that I spotted. Oh, the house. Like the stairs. Let's see. Hold on a second. Is this a vanishing point here? So yeah, you would have probably like depth to your stairs on top of that, right? So the stairs, like the depth of the stairs, the width of the stairs, I guess, has depth. The width of the stairs is the same as depth here. So depth in the piece, in the drawing, it's going towards something in the far distance, aka this thing right here. And so those stairs, that line here of the stairs will follow the same. It's the same thing as this desk right here. It goes towards the vanishing point. So does these little stairs. It's just that it's gonna line up kind of weird because it's yeah. So you would need to have something like that, and that would be kind of like the depth of the stairs. And then same thing here, maybe the top of it, because we're looking at the top of the stair. So it will have a top. That one too here. So just yeah, just needed a little bit of depth for those stairs to be able to exist. And then maybe this one goes a little far. They're not infinitely wide, so I want to chop up some of this. Woo! We did it. Yeah, good point, Curtis. I just saw the message, but yeah, exactly right. That's kind of what was missing. Now we're good. Hope that helps, Rachel. But yeah, considering, I mean, this is still tricky. Like it took me a while to spot it even. So considering this is your first one, incredibly good. Should feel proud of this. Moving on to. Let's do that one and take another short break after. 1-1. So this is my first time submitting anything for the stream. So nice to meet you. Nice to meet you too. Yeah. Above is my version and below the reference photo. So I'd like to have your opinion on the shading and the anatomy of the head and how to improve them. I know the values are not exactly the same, especially on her lips, but there's something else that kills the likeness. Can't put my finger on it. Maybe it's her eyes. All right. So, very good. I'll just start with that. Very good portrait. So likeness, it's like speed and art. It comes with practice. It's like you always do your best to get likeness. Whenever you work off of a reference, you want to be as close as possible to the reference because the reference is correct. It has all the information. You don't, and so same goes with portraits. So the same way that you'll want to have likeness when using a circle or a sphere as a reference, like you're still working on likeness. You want your circle to have to look the same. When talking with portraits, the same idea. And so as your portrait skills overall improve, the likeness of the character will improve too. So yeah, the biggest issue, she already looks like pretty similar. So he did a good job. Really, really good observation so far. Series of observations to get to this level. Like the main thing that kind of sticks out is just how like bumpy she feels, Like the surface of her skin feels a little smoother overall. Like it feels like she bumped her head a bunch of times. So like what you looked at, like I see what you did here. Like there's a little bit of highlight. You put a bit of a highlight there. A little bit of a shadow here. You put a little bit of shadow there. It's just like you put a little too much, and I think that's the main thing. So you'll just want to kind of soften out all of these imperfections, so that her skin's a little smoother. Value-wise too, like this is a little brighter than what you have here, so it makes her feel like she's like smirking a lot more than she actually is. Just kind of dropping the saturation, not dropping the values here just a bit. Like lips, a little bit shinier here, a little brighter than what you have on yours. Yeah, it's like the surface of the skin in general. It's like the neck, same idea with the neck. This is correct. All these highlights make a ton of sense anatomically speaking. It's just that they're a little too visible, maybe compared to her. Like it's a little more subtle here. Kind of remove some of those details. And the side here of her jaw, you know, there is shadow going to the top of the chin here, going to the side of her jaw, but it's not as clear cut as what you have here. It's a little more blurry. Chin a little brighter. Okay, so the first thing that I'm noticing is really it's that, you know, it's kind of like the bumpiness overall. So smudge brush should help with that. I know I'm kind of nuking your freckles here, but hopefully you have that on a separate layer. Yeah, in her case, like how cross-eyed people are is a big carries a lot of the likeness. So in yours, like she's looking at us a little more directly, and this eye here seems to be like drifting to the side a bit more, or maybe she's just looking to the side more. Like it looks like she's looking at us, and she's looking maybe like to the side, to something that's like right over our shoulder. Or maybe she's just cross-eyed a bit. Divergent eyes. Something a little bit more white here. Make her look like she's looking sideways. Yeah, that's all really. It's just these small things. It's really, really small details. So, you know, initially the curve of learning how to draw portraits pretty, like it goes fast at the beginning and then it starts to plateau, right? So it's you get diminishing return basically. Starts this way, and then you kind of plateau, and then as you're learning more and more about the face, like this here, this amount that you're going to need to learn is significant, or it's insignificant based on everything else. Like what we've been talking about here is like it makes no real big difference if you look at the character from a certain distance. She's already very polished, very accurate, and so you're just looking to get like that final 10% of observation, but that takes the longest amount of time because it's more subtle. It's just like you really need to train your eyes a lot, over and over and over and over again. Draw a bunch of portraits. Make sure that your shading is always on point. That when you like note or highlight a feature, that you don't highlight too much, or that you don't highlight not enough. And so it's just like that final tweaking. Good. Uh-oh. But yeah, so it's very impressive what you can do so far. And like the final stuff here, a little bit of shading, so a little just like technically a little bit of polishing to do, really. But beyond that, it's just training your eye, you know, training your observation, and so that's just repetition. And like I said, it's this little bit that's missing, that you're lacking. You know, this you've done all of that already. That's the biggest chunk. Now you can draw really, really good portraits already. But it's that final missing 10%, 5% of the likeness that's the hardest to get because it's so subtle. Yeah, just repetition. You just got to get through that big block. Practice. But yeah, I'd be very proud of myself. It's a really good portrait. With that said, we're gonna be back to we're gonna start with Ryan after this short commercial break. No commercials, but be right back. 5 minutes. Gonna walk around, loosen up the legs. I'll be right back. All right. Let's resume. Got what, 11 left? All right. Ryan, so Ryan, so sorry for always forgetting stuff to put in my text. It's no worries. So you told me I need to work on anatomy and get used to the human body ratios. So for this week, this is what I did. So I'm also doing the 30 minutes a day gesture drawing, trying to get better. Let me know what you think and if you have any feedback. I will have another completed drawing done next week to compare. Oh yay! I think it's a good move to tell you my life story. Did I not grab this or? It's not there. Oh no. Those are not. They're not easy poses. Balls and moves. Man, these look really good. Yeah, it's a tough pose to pull off, but it works. We clearly understand what's going on. This one too. Hell yeah. This one here. Yeah, that makes sense. Nice. Very nice. What am I looking at here? These are references. Oh, there we go. Oh, of course. Yeah, 1-to-1. There we go. That's the ref. That's the pose. Got it. Brain just needed a couple minutes to catch up. Yeah, so something to try, you know, from this point on would be to try to draw these. I mean, maybe not these crazy extreme poses, but like something like this, like this, but from imagination without using a reference, and see how close you can come, and then kind of going back and forth between just you trying to wing it and then reverting back to the reference whenever there's any doubt. But that's the whole point with constructing them in the first place. We want to be able to do this without refs. That's why it's using all simple shapes, just cylinders, spheres, that's all. So I would try that next. Test yourself, because like, these are really good. So using a reference, you got this. Alright, Sid, so I used your creature design process to come up with this creature. I used the turtle skeleton as a reference to come up with the idea. I would like to turn it into a portfolio piece. Before I do any of the grade mapping or adding any color to this, is there anything I can improve? About the line art, I will include the skeleton as well as the line arts and the colored version of the portfolio piece to show you my process. Yeah. Hell yeah. Looking forward to that. So, meanwhile, let's take a look. The only thing that's not super clear, it would be the like the legs, how these things are attached to the body. Yeah, I think it's just like just clearing out or just making more sense of what's going on here. Like this seems like it's connected to the rest of the bone. Probably not. See, that's it. That's really it. You know, like how this connects. Because right now it just doesn't feel like it would be able to move at all. Like maybe this rotates, right? So maybe you can rotate this part here. Doing, 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 doing. But that doesn't seem like it would be enough to walk properly. Just like tiptoeing. So yeah, I'd want to understand like how this bends, like how this moves. Really cool designs. Like Pokemon, new Pokemon. Yeah, so it's not so much about the line art, you know, like your line art is really good quality. Maybe you could like reinforce or keep the bold line for the outline of your character, and then on the inside maybe like just make it a little smaller. So, you know, like looking at this here, maybe. Like maybe you keep the contour the way it is, and then on the inside, you know, you can like reduce the size of the lines so that the contour is what reads the most, or the silhouette is what reads the most. You know, like so all the stuff here on the inside, not as much details. I mean, it's not a whole lot to organize there. It's pretty limited in terms of lines, but but just that kind of stuff, like with the mouth here, the eyes also can be a little less thick on the inside here. The inside of these lines you can make it a little smaller too, kind of the same idea. So giving a little more character to your lines, if we're just talking strictly about lines. Yeah, when it comes to concept, yeah, the leg's the only thing that's kind of bothering me. I just can't imagine with what I see how this would walk, how this would move at all. So just some kind of joint indication would go a long way. And then like, yeah, line thickness would help here us understand what's happening on the inside. Like I understand it's like an empty shell, right? And there's like a little forest inside. That's super cool. But I think, you know, to make that even more obvious, you could have kind of the shell here, the opening here, pretty bold, and then everything else that's around, like the smaller details, like not too bright, not too dark. Like the trees on the inside here, the waterfall, like maybe lighter and not as bold, just so that the opening here feels very obvious where it is. Because right now it's a little hard to spot like where it stops and where it begins. I'm guessing it's this line here. Oh wait, no, is that mountains? Yeah, so it's a little tricky like to understand it. Is it a hole, or is it more like a table where everything is kind of laying on top of? I thought initially it was more like this is the shell and just like a big hole in there, and that's what we can see like, kind of through. Maybe not. So yeah, just sorting that out, because otherwise super cool concept. I really like it. What the hell? Moving on to Curtis. Ooh, hello. Damn, that's cool. Whoa. Whoa, 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 whoa. Whoa, whoa. Man, that's some next level line art. Very nice. What the hell? Alright, so here's my submission for this week. Once again, just looking for general feedback if you notice anything I can improve on. I'm noticing that this is a killer drawing. That's my first impression. Yeah, sick folds too. strong fold game, bro. Yeah, the pose is awesome too. Man, does the swords? Does that make sense? Close to the grip. Maybe. The only thing that I'm noticing, and it's just super, I'm nitpicking like crazy here, but it's just like this hand here. I'm having a hard time imagining how she'll be able to hold that position, because you're like the hand is going away from the sword, but it has to kind of curve back to be able to hold it in the right position. I don't know that the wrist can do that kind of maneuver. But maybe. Just trying to imagine myself holding it. Especially since like her shoulder is going the opposite. Oh man, that's the tricky one to hold. I feel like for this to be possible, like you would need to relax this hand, to relax that grip. Like I don't think. Maybe I'm crazy. Also, keep that in mind. Maybe that's the total legit pose, and you're supposed to just like dislocate your wrist to hold it this way. I feel like, you know, this side of the hand, like you might be able to hold it like this, like the first finger, 2 fingers maybe, but it feels, I don't know, it seems hard to imagine where all the fingers will be able to get a good grip, just because you're at such a crazy angle. So like you can hold it like this. I'm trying to put myself in the same position. It's the wrong hand. So yeah, maybe having this kind of facing us more directly. So just grabbing it here, and maybe this hand is a little bit more loose, like the pinky and like the ring finger, maybe not as good of a grip. It's like we would see them maybe a little more relaxed back here. I don't know. Maybe nobody would ever notice this being an issue. It's just that the angle here seems a little bit weird. Like it seems like she's holding a sword that's not in this perspective. Like the sword that she seems to be holding is more like seen sideways, pretty much, with no real perspective. So that's the only problem area that I see. Everything else is killer. She looks super cool. Maybe some of the armor feels a little flat. You know, I don't know how flat this is supposed to be. Because it's layered armor usually, so maybe you could have a little bit more of a shadow in between all of these, just to reinforce the fact that they're stacked. Maybe more shadow here towards the corners and less in the center. Because right now it doesn't really feel like this thing has any thickness, you know, so maybe adding a little bit of thickness to the plates themselves might read better. Then material treatment could be a little bit better, although like it seems more like you're going for a kind of softer shading, like not really. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know why I'm going with this, but maybe like looking at these, maybe they could be a little more shiny, because these plates are usually kind of like this lacquer finish. Not really, but Yeah, no. Ignore what I just said. I mean, this does feel a little too pointy, you know? Like the shading here seems to indicate that this plate, like seen from the side, like a cross section would be more like this. Okay, like a pointy plate. That's why the highlight's landing on top here of the corner. So that's just that. You know, you can easily solve that by just adjusting the position of the highlight. But yeah, maybe make this a little more shiny. I don't know. Maybe that look cool. And maybe introduce a secondary light source here. So maybe the white of the background is actually being reflected in those plates, or not, because what you have is more like minimalistic in terms of shading. So I don't want to push it too much to break the style, because I kind of dig this kind of flat shaded, but with a little bit of shading. Yeah, man. Yeah. So like trying to hold a pose. So right hand in front, back hand behind. So like to hold this pose and to keep it like lined up, right? Like you're holding like one thing. The more that you go this side, like she is, like her shoulder is above. It's kind of like this, but sticking out still. Like it's really hard to maintain this back hand in the right angle. So like this would probably loosen up. You know, it'd be more like this. But honestly, that's the only issue I see here, which is a good thing. That's a sick drawing, dude. And the drawing itself, the quality of the line, it's... Bruh. I am impressed. Alright, Callan. Second time in the stream. Welcome. Again, welcome back. So I've been practicing my anatomy, as you said. I should focus on that. So let me know if anything stands out. I also feel as though her left arm could look a bit more natural. Real quick. One more thing, Curtis, just in terms of colors. So I love the color choice that you have. It's very aesthetic, like watermelon kind of candy color scheme. I like. Maybe you could vary kind of like the saturation levels, maybe like the warmth too of the colors of the armor in particular, because the armor, I mean, it's not what was that? It's nice that it's a little darker down here than it is up there, so like this stands out. So that they stand out some more. That's good, kind of leading the eyes towards the face. But maybe up here, you know, like this could be even brighter. Maybe not this side because it's folded, but maybe a little more saturation up here. Brightness and saturation, just so that it's the reddest, right? It's the most intense up here. And as you go down, you kind of lose some of that. Yeah, so that's it. All right. Nice. All right, so anatomy, focusing on anatomy. So to help me give you feedback, would be awesome next time, you know, to show me the construction, like what went into this drawing, how you made that happen, construction lines, like your rough sketch initially. But yeah, overall this looks really good. I think it's like just the presentation is kind of dark. It's kind of hard to see. Let's brighten this up a bit. All right. And you know, as a general rule, I always try to always recommend to have different value for the background in general. So if your character is gray, you know, don't use gray for the background. Use something else. Use just white or black. There we go. There we go. Boom, boom, boom. So we can appreciate the character. Go. Okay. Oh, I'm guessing you. I was guessing you were gonna add colors to this. It's just any stage. Just always think about the presentation. Always making it as best as it possibly can. And usually that's kind of just the general rules that I recommend. Not rules, but just recommendations. To whenever you have grayscale, like a light grayscale drawing, either have the background just completely black or completely white. And in general, it's better if it's lighter so that people can see it better on all kinds of monitors. So it might look fine on yours, right? But somebody that's got a monitor that's not really tuned properly, maybe they can't see any of the details because it's too dark. So always on the safe side. Make it a little brighter. But yeah, man, this looks really good. Maybe a little stiff, you know, the pose, but anatomy wise it looks pretty good. So maybe something we can investigate here with the arm. And for the pose, you know, like for a character to just be standing, usually it looks nicer to have them more relaxed. Like right now she feels pretty stiff, like she's holding P. You just spread out the legs. Chill out, miss. You'll be fine. So yeah, overall the anatomy looks really good. What's going on with the arm? Is it correct? Maybe a little short. Not too much though. But first, let's remove the armor. I can see more clearly what's going on. See if we can make sense of this. Okay, so chest going to the shoulder, to the delt. That's your chest muscle right here. Biceps, coracobrachialis, but we can't really see it from this angle. The lats going in, triceps behind here. Yeah, probably a little higher than that. Just looking at the distance between like the top here of a shoulder and the elbow back there, like the shoulder up here is higher because the shoulder, you know, like the joint there is rising to accommodate for the arm, and so the joint is even higher than usual, and the distance there is just, it's not enough. Even if there was a little bit of perspective there, which there's really not much room to have any. So yeah, I just want to extend that a bit longer. That should make more sense. But yeah, to practice anatomy though, like I would just draw naked bodies, you know, without armor, and more of them. Of course, you know, don't hesitate to draw this too. If you do one version that you really like one study that you're like, oh man, this looks nice, it would look good with an armor, then of course, feel free. But with a lot of stuff there, it's kind of harder to spot mistakes. So that's why working on the naked body, there's no hiding, you know, there's no you can't you can't hide anything. It's all there. It's all there. But yeah, she looks pretty damn good otherwise. From what I can see, from what is not covered. So good job, Kellen. Alexandra. So this week I've colored the previous class's study and I've tried designing a character for the first time. Ooh. With the first drawing, I wanted to turn a very simple study sketch into a more interesting and fun illustration that could be posted on Instagram. Yes, and that's the idea. That's what's cool about studies. When you tackle them that way, when you give yourself kind of room to develop this into something more. So that's why, keeping your studies as clean as possible, the different steps, allows you to do that pretty easily. And yeah, that's way more eye-catching, right? To see this on Instagram than to see just the line art version. So, good idea. So with the second one, my main concept was creating a robot that felt like a human. More specifically, a college student, young adult. I've tried mixing very hard and clean shapes and line art with a rather natural pose and some imperfections. Messy borders and shadows to convey that. So the articulations and limbs are a mix of human anatomy with the type of joints used in a ball jointed doll. So I think it's quite obvious. But the main interest in this design is the triangular head with the eyes, with the eye that is supposed to be a camera lens. So how did it go? Is this type of illustration good enough to post? And how could the design look more professional? Right on, so let's start with this one here. Oh, that's nice. That's nice. Maybe a little noisy, a little too noisy. Like I might leave that on the character herself, but maybe not in the background. It's subtle enough, I don't think it matters. That looks good. That looks really good. What if we spice... Oh boy. What if we spice up the background real quick? So, right now, we got a flat color. What if? Kind of subtle shadow. Now all of a sudden it's not empty. It's not just a flat surface. I don't know. I feel like it's always a little more eye-catching this way. But either way, still looks pretty cool. Pretty damn cool. I love the colors too. Really cool choice of color. Yeah. Good old triads. Works all the time. Now, Mr. Robots. Yeah, you could totally. So, right now, I love the shapes, love the proportions. Like, there's a lot of really good stuff about this design. The main thing, honestly, is just that it feels a little too simple. So, and it's just like a visual library thing, but like looking at this guy here, just the triangle shape, that's cool, that's pretty different. And how would they build that thing here? So probably there would be some seams somewhere, like some bolt, some way to open this up, to look inside, maybe like a little, maybe some vents somewhere, some slits to let the air in, to cool Maybe the corners are not as sharp, because then I don't know, maybe it's dangerous. Poke somebody's eye out. So maybe you have kind of like a little bit of an edge, not an edge, but like a bevel. So that's the shape is just a little bit more intricate. Not too much, not much different, but just a little bit. Kind of like this side here. Again, so that's not just like a sharp edge. It has more roundness to it. And then on the inside, maybe this is like a different plate. Maybe there's like a darker line to highlight the fact that this can be removed. And then around the lens here, maybe it's something here that we can remove to move the lens up and down, or to just to look inside. Maybe like a little bit of a plate again that you can kind of remove. How do you remove that? Maybe it just looks like he's smiling right now, but that's not what I wanted to do. Maybe this way then. Anyways, yeah, it's just like looking from a distance, it looks super cool. So very unique, very different. And now it's just a matter of like up close, how does this actually make sense? Like for the head, I don't think you would need much more than that, but yeah, maybe some vent somewhere to cool, or some bolts to keep this thing together. And with the bolts, you know, it's almost like it gives personality. So if they're like big chunky bolts, it looks more low quality, looks cheaper, looks like older tech, more retro. But then if it's tiny bolts that you can barely see, maybe they're also painted, so they don't really stand out much. Maybe that can look a little more advanced, a little more classy. So, you know, choose whatever works best for the character. But it's that same process that you would want to do with everything else. So in here, how is the ball kind of holding on to the rest of the armor? Like the fact that it lands right on the corner here, maybe that's awkward. So maybe you can like round this out. Maybe this is a kind of like a soft joint, soft ball joints first, and then like another on the inside here where it's actually connected. Again, basically just a bevel. Then maybe stuff like sticks out of there. Yeah, like for the legs, the same idea again. How, like, if he moves, is there enough clearance here between the plate and between the torso, where there's not going to be any friction? Maybe you can open this up. You can kind of see like some of the wiring on the inside here. So it's just like this small kind of stuff. Like, this is nothing, right? It looks like nothing, but from a distance, you're like, oh, there's more to this, right? It's not just this simple toy. It's an actual machine. Like, they try to cover this as best as they can, but you can kind of still see how it was built, how it functions. So that's what I would recommend. That you focus on when it comes to mechs. I love this. You know, this is more of it reads more like just a character design at this point. It's all dressed up. Yeah, I love the hands. The elbows though, like this is bothering me probably the most in this whole design. How this feels so stiff. So just having like a little bit of a bend will make this a lot more organic, a lot more believable, almost like a bone. Yeah, it's just that kind of stuff. So I'm not changing much. It's just like small things, but but it makes more sense. It's just it's you want it to look real even though it's not. That helps. All right, Anis. I hope you're having a good time. Oui. These are the two logo symbols designed for the other two mountains, and the simple one is for the project. When I study the style of old logos, they all have so many details and relies on the colors. But the problem, I don't know how to choose colors. If you can give me an advice. Right. You're welcome, Alexandra. Yeah, old logos are they're bad logos. You know, anybody that designs logo currently, you know, in modern day would look at those old logos and be like, ooh, terrible graphic design. But yeah, back then that wasn't really the point. It wasn't supposed to be pretty. It's kind of like a country flag, right? It's information. You're communicating information. That's pretty much it. That's as far as they went when thinking about the art. At least I would think, because if they tried to make it look pretty, then these artists sucked. What is this? Too much detail. Too much. So yeah, I much prefer what you ended up with here. Way more aesthetic. It reads better at different size. That's why these old logos are no good, because from a distance you never know what the hell you're looking at. It helps with the colors, but all these little patterns, they disappear. You can't really see them. That looks good. That looks really good. I like. I'm not a fan of like the small things here, like the small details. Same thing with the bird. Instead of having like multiple little leaves, I think just one might work better. It's symbolic anyway, so you know it doesn't need to look real. We just need to understand right away what it is. And so this is meant to be like a leaf. And maybe you can carry something like that. It's maybe more obvious. I don't know. But yeah, like the thing here on the outside, I would do the same thing. Maybe use leaves that are like this big instead, or just a circle, no leaves, or just leaves down here, nothing up there. Simpler is always better when it comes to logo design. So I really like what you have in here. That looks cool. It's really cool. Very different from the other ones. I like this one too here. Again, like the center part, that's really nice. For this one here, I laid the two grays, maybe kind of get lost. Maybe add a contour to this so that we can clearly see it's something that's behind it. And for logos, you'd always usually try to have them be symmetrical. So like having this thing on just one side, it creates like a lot of imbalance. I wouldn't recommend it. You can have it down here, but still, you know, symmetrical this way. So maybe that looks more like a campfire or something. Yeah, same idea. Like the small details, probably just get rid of those, because from a distance we don't see them too much. So always chunky details. Like anything that's too small, too intricate, new kit, erase. Yeah, I like those shapes. So like the core of the logo, very nice. I like it a lot. Maybe here you could increase the thickness. So thickness is something else that you can maintain. It's like shape language, you know, like when talking about characters, if you have like a moon crescent and that's the shape that you want to reuse, you're going to reuse it in a bunch of places. Same thing when you have like logos, or when you have like patterns in the outfit, you'll try to make the patterns the same size everywhere. If you have trims on armor, you'll want the trims to be pretty consistent throughout. And so same idea here. You know, looking at the thickness of your lines there, like that's not thick, but it's thicker than these. So always try to reuse as much as possible. Reuse the thickness, reuse the shapes. And this reads better anyways, from a distance. So kind of using the same thickness as these. Same thickness here too, same logic. Same thickness with the bird too. Again, same logic. You want everything to be consistent. Hope that helps. All right, Brandon. So scheduled, cleared up recently, so I'm happy that I can finally post more and ask questions. There we go. So I recently started doing this drawing, and I wanted to try the gradient maps again, and I was wondering if you could give me some pointers on shading, and if there are any anatomy errors. I find I learn best when someone corrects it, so it'd be really nice to get some corrections on anything I feel is a major problem. I haven't touched the legs yet, so I'll keep that in mind. First glance, I thought he was like texting somebody, texting his ex. You up? He's drinking. Never mind. Yeah, that's good. That's pretty good. Maybe the forearm here could be a little longer. And like the hand feels a little sausagey. Like all the fingers kind of the same width, same distance. And the thumb here bending in a strange way. Let's see what we can do here. Let's extend that forearm a bit more. And then the hand. I think he needs bigger hands than that, so I was just going off of this one here, but he's a big boy. I think he could have bigger hands. Make him look more manly. Protecting his crotch, and yeah, so same idea here. I think it's just bigger, chunkier hands, because he's got a big face. Otherwise, you know, you want to have the hand be able to at least cover the face completely. Otherwise, feels a little small. Yeah, so there's also like some things to fine tune here when it comes to the anatomy, like the different muscles, the arm, the direction of the bicep. Like this hand is this arm is angled inwards, and so you'll see the biceps a little bit more. You'll see the triceps a bit more. The biceps kind of pointing towards the insides. Brachioradialis group here, and maybe the shoulder a little bit more rotated forward. Just attaches here at the clavicle, right about the halfway point. Want to make sure that those delts reach towards the center of the torso enough. And this arm here, you gotta get brachialis, bicep. And then, you know, when you bend your elbow, like right now, you know, pretty straight, but in the second you bend it, like it gets a lot fatter here because the muscle kind of just presses against the arm, the upper arm. Widen this area here a bit. And the rest is pretty good. Maybe the abs feel more like scales, you know, like the highlight down here, right before the shadows, seems a little strange. So we can just arrange that shadow underneath. Shadow. I'm just gonna slide the abs down a bit more because this needs to continue into the crotch here. Do not forget the crotch. And he's a little bit wide too here at the waist. It's not a whole lot of stuff here to add to the width in terms of the anatomy, especially if you're this ripped. He's been lifting some more. So yeah, make sure that you use references. Always in this pose here, you can use yourself as a reference. And then yeah, for muscles, that kind of stuff. Look it up online. There's a bunch. It doesn't need to be like, you don't need to find a character that's in this exact pose, right? You can just find an arm that's kind of resting, like the way that he's got it. You can find another arm from a different reference that's holding up a glass of wine. But yeah, so it's just like overall proportions really good. It's just the anatomy on the inside, just making sure that we fine tune those muscles. Nice face. It's like, I'm gonna drink the shit out of you. Alright, moving on. two. Let me just double check. Who is this mystery submission from? Nathan. Alright, so post-apocalyptic setting, female, late teens, stern and world weary, clothing cobbled together from whatever she can find, goggles, perhaps a hood, carrying a bag of scavenged items, show makeshift knife on her belt, show beat up looking rifle on her shoulder. Right on. Ooh, nice sketches. Very nice. So this week I tried to design a character to the description that you can see above. I drew a few poses from reference and then chose to go with the third one for my design. I was wondering what you think of the poses and my first design for the character. Any critique on design anatomy would be great. No, back the feedback. All right. So I think I speak for a lot of artists, and then when I say that, when I look at this kind of stuff here, it makes me always a little jealous. Not that I can't do it. I'm jealous that you practiced and I didn't, because I know, and a lot of other, most other experienced artists know that this is the stuff. This is the gold right here. So it's almost like you gain more money. This is like you're showing off your cash that you've acquired, your wealth. And so yeah, I don't know. just saying this because I love seeing this kind of stuff. It has so much value. It has so much benefits for you as an artist. I just wanted to share that because every time I feel this, but I never really mentioned it or never really noticed. But not noticed. I've noticed, but I never really paid attention if it happens all the time. But every time I see gesture that's well done, I get jealous. I get this weird feeling. It's like, I need to go practice now. Nathan's catching up. So, all this to say that good stuff. Yes, more of this. All right. So the first thing I'll say with this one here is that she feels a little off balance, and like that was the case already in this one here. I don't think it's a huge problem though. I think it's just like the front leg here that could. Let's try it. Maybe just more like that, and kind of rotating back the ankle back to what it was. Now she feels more like she's with that leg in front, that she's not gonna fall on her face. But this one here almost feels like this leg is a little too far back, like it's being held up. It's being held up by something. Like she bumped her foot on like a rock or something, and she's like, oh, and she's about to fall off. So just minor detail there with the pose. But yeah, all of these look really good. I mean, based on your prompts, I think you crushed it. Everything is there. She still feels not hooky enough. You should try to make her feel, to make her a little more hookier. The eye is important. What could it be? Maybe it could be just like the cloak that's different. She could still have a cloak, but maybe it's like really big, you know, like really like thick fabric, or maybe it's fur, like a animal, like an animal skin or something like that. Because she feels pretty generic, like you know, we've seen a character like this, post-apocalyptic character with a big rifle. So I'm just trying to take something in here, kind of blow it up, like exaggerate it, without changing anything else. It's just exaggerating something that's already there. So maybe if she's got like a big, really big cloak, or think of the capes, the cloaks that they have in like Game of Thrones, you know, like Jon Snow, for example, like his big, you know, furry cloaks. That's a cool look. I'm not saying that she should have the same thing, but that could be an idea. You know, maybe she's got like a poofier, looser cloak up here, so that dominates more of her silhouette. Or maybe it's one of those that have like a hoodie. Or maybe she already had a hoodie that she pulled back, so it's like back there now. Maybe the cloak is different. Maybe it's a short cloak, like maybe over the shoulder. Yeah, it already is actually, but maybe more like a shorter one here. I don't know, that's kind of silly. But it's just something different, you know. The cloak could have at the end here, maybe could be split in like a bunch of strings, like individual little stringy bits. Maybe those things are pointy, I don't know. Many things that you could do. Many options. It could be just the rifle too. That's just crazy big. Maybe it's like a super long, or it's got like like a bayonet. Is that how you said? Like something pointy here, for melee attacks, or maybe the goggles are like like huge. They're like that looks stupid, but you know, almost like binoculars, or just chunkier in general. Or maybe it's just like one piece. That looks more like I'm thinking of what's that character in Overwatch? It's kind of just one piece here with maybe like different sensors and different cameras on it. Looks kind of like a spider. But yeah, anyways, just a bunch of ideas. You want to push things to the extreme so that they become more memorable, but the base of your character is awesome. Yeah, more of this. Ryan, so this week I tried my hand at taking a thumbnail into a finished piece for the first time. I wanted to show you how it did. I used social media to gauge which thumbnail was worth taking further, but I feel like all these compositions were weak and not really worth it. So I don't know. Not trying to sound whiny, but I feel like I could have made something more interesting. So I would like to hear your thoughts. All right. I was gonna say I hate these colors, but that's not true. That's not bad at all, actually. Like, I really like this. I really like this area. Like these colors. Ooh, nice. Like the nice purple with the yellow. The cool shadows. That's nice. Yeah, it just feels like this part of the drawing is completely unfinished compared to this one. But man, this area came out awesome. It's almost like I almost would want to just get rid of that. It's just that the structure here, like the construction of everything is not as clear as the right portion. That's why it doesn't read as well. My brain's just like, sure, I see the little path here. Yeah, it's casting shadow, sure, but what's happening back there? I don't know. So one way would be to just get rid of it. Now we got it. Oh, that's a cool scene. Maybe you put the characters in front here. Maybe they're just walking there. The little path is here instead now. Little bridge, and we can keep going. So that's one thing that you could do. But if you want to keep the rest, yeah, just make more sense of it. And if for things that are back here in the far distance, you'll want to add a little bit of atmospheric perspective too. Make it feel like it's further away just through the values. I mean, that's already better. You know, just tweaking the values just help a lot. But it's kind of unclear like where the ground ends, where the mountains begin. Just trying to find ways to clarify that a bit. But one thing that helps a lot, you know, with this kind of stuff is if you have in your mind like clear idea of what's in front of what, like the different planes in your piece. So like this right now, that's not exactly what you had, but what we have right now is we have these shapes here in the mid-ground, basically, like this whole thing. That's the mid-ground. In the foreground, we don't have anything, but you know, and then the background is everything else. So it's how to organize these things. So now I think it's pretty clear that this is the foreground, and that the mountains here are like further back in the scene. So I don't know that this is exactly the layout that you want, but you know, that's what you should be thinking about when drawing these kinds of when painting environments. Really making it obvious where the different planes end and when the other ones begin. And like these things here are nice, and like these curves are pretty cool because they all kind of lead towards what's significant in the piece, like what's unusual. These big structures. It's just like back here, it's a little less of that. Like this doesn't really help us or help the composition. Maybe. So you have like these mountains kind of pointing out, or pointing in the other direction, pointing towards these spiky structures. Maybe the clouds also help do that. So maybe these clouds here kind of all going towards the vanishing point. Just some ideas, but I really like the colors here. So yeah, good stuff. Like this, like I said again, I'll say it again, but like this side of the painting is really, really nice. You should do this more. It's good exercise, really good. And I would push the grayscale version here even more. You know, if you once you settle on the thumbnail, like don't add more details for the thumbnail version, but once you find it, like once you find the one that you like, then yeah, go back in here and detail it some more until it's almost final, and then after that you can splash in the colors. Because color is pretty distracting, especially when they're super saturated like this. And it's another thing that you need to juggle at the same time as you're trying to shade. Now you need to, all right, this was not the right color for this kind of shading, so you need to always worry about that. And just get this out of the way, save it for later. Moving on to Hannah. So only 2 left. Ooh, we're closing in. Hannah. So 2 things for you today. Firstly, here's an illustration I'm working on of King. That's an 8, right? King Hezekiah. From the comic I'm working on with Liv. On the right is Liv's design. I feel like the colors aren't working on my version. Liv's design, your version. Got it. But with my thinner lines, the colors suddenly look more saturated and interesting. Yeah, your lines are definitely thinner. They're almost hard to see. I'll show you a cool trick though. Secondly, I added lines to a sketch by, if you aligned the image as if it was a panel on a page with 5 or 6 panels. How's the level of detail? I mean, it's very nice. It's just that there's like all this stuff here that takes a while. Like I would just create a brush for that, you know, like you can easily do that. You just need a shortcut for it. Do I have a brush like that? Not exactly like this, but kind of like a chain brush, right? Like I don't have any. No. But anyways, and I know you know what I'm talking about. Just a brush that has this as a shape. This is come on. This as a shape, and then when you do a brush stroke, it just repeats it with like the right distance. So you can easily recreate this. It's just one brush stroke, you're done. But yeah, don't draw this by hand every time. Yeah, and you should totally have a brush for that, because I see this being used a bunch. You have it here, you have it on her outfit too. Yeah, just create a brush for that. Super simple. Those details here, like on the side, it's nice. It's just that there's a lot of details here and none elsewhere. So maybe you could have, I don't know, like some paint chips here, some damage on the wall. Yeah. Nah. Other than these little things here that you could definitely automate with a brush, I think this is pretty good in terms of details. I mean, in a lot of mangas, they go even crazier than that. You know, like the background's all rendered out. Like there's a window here. They're gonna have a little window. Something in the back here. Maybe you can start to see the ceiling. Maybe it's gonna be like a cobweb in the ceiling. Maybe some lights up here, some beams. I mean, you could push this even more. It just depends how much. The setting is important here. So if you want to make this like cozy, like it's the start of their quest and everything's comfortable, everything's cozy in their life, maybe those are things that are important to add, but maybe not. Maybe if this is like a smaller box, and what's important is just the text, like you want to have more space for the text, then yeah, no worries. But yeah, like seeing the small details here that you have on the wood, I would just do that everywhere else, or take these out, or like simplify them even more. But it's not like it takes that long anyways. It's just some lines. My nose is so congested. Yeah, so in here, like what looks nice here in Liviu's version is the hair, and like you clearly tell that each locks of hair that's well defined, even at a distance. And if anything, it acts as as shading from in a way. That's something that you don't have because it's a little too subtle. So what you could do maybe is well, first of all, you could darken your lines a bit. So duplicate, multiply. Already this probably would look a bit darker. Like you get back a little bit of those details that you're kind of losing when it's lighter. And from here you can also make sure it's centered. There we go. You can duplicate it again, filter, blur, Gaussian blur. good. Now, what I don't like with this is that it adds it to the outline too, like on the outside of the shape. No, don't want that. So. You can select all the white here. And then you can just erase the stuff here. Be gone. So this way the blur is only on the insides of the silhouette, not on the outside. I find this always looks much better. But what do we got here? So this is the blur. We can reduce that to like 50%. Merge these. Uh-oh. Multiply. So before, after. Before, after. It's the same lines. You know, there's just a little, well, they're not lined up. There we go. It's all the same stuff. It's all your stuff. It's just, yeah, just punched it in a bit more. And now it looks pretty much the same. But yeah, otherwise, you know, because you're the reason why this happened in the first place is because your lines are lighter. They're finer. They're lighter. We perceive them as lighter because there's less pixels. There's less dark pixels on the canvas, and so if your colors are dark, then against, you know, the line against those dark flats kind of makes the line art disappear a little bit. And so yeah, that's one way to do it. What was I gonna say for the other thing? Oh yeah, something else pretty cool if you have flats like on the individual layers is you can kind of select each color. I'm going to go and select all the light purple. I'll just do it on the hair. That's easier. So hair, and then you basically create a different flat for that. So duplicate that. And then inner glow. And so this is just going to apply it to the hair. And you can change the color for each of them, like whatever works best. What do we got? This is super subtle, but if you do this for like every different piece, and then each piece of garment has different little blurriness, like colored blurriness to their edges. Overall, it looks so nice. It adds a lot of character, a lot of richness to your flats. Even though they're just flat colors, it'll look like almost like it's shaded a little bit. But anyways, that's kind of what I would recommend that you do with that, to maintain that kind of contrast so that you don't lose your lines. And moving on to the final one for the day by Shimeng. So I have been working on this piece for a talent competition. I spent a long time getting the sketch and lines correctly. I just had this idea in my head and wanted to do it, even though it is tons of work, since it's almost like working on 5 pieces at once. Yep. So the main character at the center is the friendly main NPC in the game, while the side characters are villains, bosses. The caveat is that one of the villains is her father. Bottom left. Bottom left? This guy? The Grim Reaper? But has lost his memories of her because of the monster horror guy. Top right. Zergling. Let's call him a Zergling. So the scene's not necessarily realistic, but more of a symbol-like one that displays all the characters at once. Please let me know if anything you think could be better. I wish I have done some shading, but ran out of time. No worries. All right, so all different references. Very nice, very nice. Right on, perfect. Okay. So composition wise, I don't think I have too much yet. So this is going to really come together once you add the background. So the background is almost going to be like the thing that ties everything together, because you got a lot of empty space down here, you know, empty space here, empty space here. But if there's some kind of like swirly thing, or like a spell going around, or like some clouds around, or some effects, you know, kind of filling up that space, I think that would be pretty damn cool. In terms of composition, other than that, you know, not being present yet, maybe like I wouldn't crop her so much, especially if she's supposed to be the. Oh no, wait, she's the main character. She's not the main character. Never mind. But still, like most of these other characters, they're kind of they're visible for the most part. She's just the only one that feels like she's getting cropped a little too much. So maybe it's just a matter of like sliding her in to the composition some more. Like place her right there. Maybe this way you have more space. But yeah, in general, like you want to have most of the important stuff like towards the center. So I would recommend that you take these guys and you just slide them a little closer. Just a little closer, like just tighten up the composition a bit. So that first of all, the outside here is not going to be that big of a deal. You're not going to get those huge like gaps in between. Everything's just more compact. And other than that, I think it looks really, really nice so far. So very interesting concept. That's a monster painting. Like I'll be sweating right now if I had to do this, because that's a lot of rendering. So maybe something to keep in mind if you don't want to be doing this for like the rest of the year, but maybe remove one character or two. I would, because I'm lazy. But man, this looks super cool. So and if you do power through this, I think it's gonna be quite impressive. Oh, okay. So yeah. Right on. Yeah, that looks cool. That looks super cool. With like the golden rings around. Yeah, man. Hell yeah. As long as it's not flat, you know, as long as the background's not flat, like if you have like some gases here, like the colored gases in the sky, to break up the black starry night background. Yeah, that's super cool. So if this is what you're going for, approved. Yeah, I'm just looking at these ellipses. What's the plural? Ellipses. And they're good. They're symmetrical, so you did a good job. Like this, oftentimes, you know, like they're gonna be a little off, and that completely breaks everything. But those look good. They're well constructed. That's all I got for you. Really cool. Looking forward to see how this develops. Oh, so okay. So if you're, you know, rushing against time, maybe an idea that you could do, like if you want to finish it somehow. I don't know how much time you have. Maybe it's not possible anyways, but maybe like it could just be like you could still reuse these characters for like another painting or something. You know, like don't throw them away. You drew them. Why not keep them? But let's say you were to try and finish this, so like trying to get stuff out so that you can actually finish it. So maybe like get the characters out, all of these, like the 4 characters on the outside just gone, and instead just keep their hands, you know, almost like the hand kind of going through, or like trying to reach through the cracks, through the rings. Maybe some energy hands or something like that, or like a shadowy hand, like reaching on the inside, kind of like this one here, but like bigger. And it kind of just fades out. I don't know. And this way you would only have this character to do. Competition aside, I think it's a cool idea. Anyways, up to you. But I would definitely like to see more of this. Anyways, hope that helps. And hope the feedback helped you guys that I reviewed today. Had a lot of fun. I had a lot of fun today. A lot of really cool art. A lot of good progress. So I'm happy, and I hope it was helpful. So thanks so much, guys, for hanging out, and for submitting stuff if you did. So I'm happy that some of you lurkers came out of the shadows and posted. That's good. And yeah, so hope you guys have a good rest of your weekend. And if you're watching this a little bit later on YouTube and you made it all the way through the end, congratulations. And if you want to know more about the art school program, if you want to have your art reviewed in such a fashion every week for an entire year, you'll find a link to the program down below. And for everybody else here, thanks for hanging out, and hope you have a good creative week ahead of you, and I will see you next time next week. Peace out, guys.